My bad, my bad. How you guys doing? Folks, I got some rough news for YouTube chat. Are you ready? The war is over. The war is over. Where's my... Let the YouTube people funnel in first. Let's give them some time. You know what? Let's just jam out. Let's give them some time. The war is over, folks. Let's let the YouTube people funnel in. Oh wait, I need to add this. One sec. Ba-da-da-bo. Oh, I ended the war, folks. All right. This is going to be hard for some of you to hear. Very, very difficult. All right, well, I'll let some of you guys funnel in. It'll get around. So, I am a Twitch partner, and they don't want me to put up the YouTube chat right now concurrently with the Twitch chat. So there's going to be bonuses and minuses to this, all right? Going to be bonuses and minuses to this. So a bonus is you can go to the Twitch chat and you can use the lovely Frank, whatever the thing is, Better Twitch TV, all those other emotes, like Feels Goodman. You can now use Feels Goodman because I have another thing to capture all of those emotes. So if you go to the Twitch chat and you can put in your favorite Better Twitch TV emotes and it'll all show up. That's a bonus. Number two, I can still pull up your chats every now and then for super chats and things like that. And yeah. So what do you guys think of that? Pretty cool, hey? Oh wait, I haven't pulled up anything yet. One sec. I can still bring up your chats. And look, we got our first sub. Our very first sub ever. YouTube chat is where you met my wife. Fine, I'm here with the blue guys. Yeah, look at all this amazing, and I can make it a little zoomed in and bigger so you guys can see all these emotes. Does Twitch chat have super chats I can use to harass you? You can still, so here's the thing, right? So anyone who wants to do super chats, they'll pop up, right? They'll still pop up, and I can just pull them up, but they'll also, it'll have a little, so for example, if you were to, for example, right now, let's say that someone just, for example, wanted to, for example, super chat me right now. It would show up automatically. It would automatically show up. I have a thing. Maybe it's my beard balm. You feel me? Also, if you do a tip through Streamlabs, same thing. Same thing. Same exact situation. There are plenty of libertarians that are very outspoken. Oh, Togek, please just come in and talk about it at some point. What up, Jazzy? Why did Econo Boy quit? Is it because he's a freak? No, he explained it on the show today. He explained it on the show. And I'll still read your messages. That's the thing that you need to understand. You can see each other. And if you have a really good message on YouTube, I can just bring it up. So look at this. Watch this. So it didn't show the chat. because he didn't put a chat there. He didn't put a chat there, but I can put it up, the default one. You see me? I do read YouTube chat. Thank you so much, Topher. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the evening entertainment. Your timing is impeccable. Thank you so much. Just do 2 streams, one for YouTube, one for Twitch. Is that even possible? I don't know if that's possible. Reverse the unjust Discord purge or I'll actually go Marxist-Leninist. Yeah, I have to ask my people about... so we're putting up new rules in the Discord at some point soon because shit has gotten a little bit out of control, both on the Discord and the Reddit. So you guys should get ready for some rule changes. But I'll take a look at that specifically, Mr. Doobie, to see what happened there, because I am someone who relies heavily on my mods. But I'll take a look there. Pisco, I have a question, bro. How are you going to get Southern Democrats to vote for an avowed socialist? Which Southern Democrats? I think a Southern Democrat would vote for who? For like AOC? You were banned for unironically agreeing with me. Well, that seems to track. that seems to track. Keep Doobie purged, please. Okay. We'll get to the bottom of what happened here. But in essence, the rules will clarify the purpose of the Discord and the purpose of the subreddit, and to the extent that there is conflicting ideas about what the purpose should be of those places, I'm gonna learn you guys real quick that it ain't. And in general, like, no one wants to have this level of toxicity where like my Discord and subreddit become borderlands between communities. That is an untenable and unacceptable situation, and it will be remedied. It's one of the reasons why I don't talk about certain subjects, is particularly because it invites... I hate the notion that I would have to like censor more my Discord and subreddit. Unfortunately, you guys just make it, or not you guys, because if you guys are watching, you're probably good, but circumstance make it like untenable. You know, you just... Now, I don't really have a censorious bone in my body, but I'm not going to allow our communities to become like these havens for shit that it's not supposed to be about. And I'm not going to be a front on a war between communities at all. I'm not going to stomach that. But guys, you guys still can type in YouTube chat, right? Look, and if you have a very good comment like the one by Schween, I can put it up. And all of this, by the way, makes me less apt to want to broach certain subjects. Makes me less apt to want to engage. So, you know, for what it's worth. How's the Battlefield 6 beta, Schween? You've been looking into a legal case called Stanley v. Ivy. I don't know anything about that case offhand. I don't know. I haven't really checked the Pisco in a while. We're about to put up a server tag as well, so hopefully you guys like that. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm sorry about the chat stuff. I'm gonna try to make it look a little better than what it currently is. But the cool aspect to it is, when is the Why Not Case Club? I would love to do that. When is it? We lost a real one. I know, Econo Boy. Next weekend? Yeah, I'll do it. What's really cool about the Twitch chat situation is no one gives a fuck about the server. Everything I care about you guys really don't like. Is I do like that the emotes can be bigger and I can zoom into stuff, and you know, it really, if you want your emotes to shine, you're gonna want to join us on Twitch chat. All right. But if you have a super chat, I'll bring that up, because I would want to bring up donations and stuff. You think Lonerbox is going to quit streaming too? Yes or no? I don't know why he would. Why would he? Real quick on the Econoboy stuff. I just really don't enjoy that this is happening, you know? It's very upsetting for me. What can I say? What can I say except it sucks? Yeah, pretty sad. He's been dancing with that idea lately. Yeah, I don't like. I believe him when he represents what he says about it. Like he knows, and but it was a bit of a shock. I forget when it happened that night. I was like watching something, and I got a text. I was like, "What?" Kind of ruined my night. You're gonna make me start using Twitch. I'm sorry. You don't have to keep using. I'll still respond to you. I'll just respond to you. Do they have a donation button on Twitch? I think I've seen those, and they typically give the streamer a bigger cut as far. Oh wait, is there donations direct from Twitch? Oh my god, can I monetize? Donation Twitch. Set up donations. I have stream. So I already have Streamlabs set up. So if you go to, if you just go to, yeah, on Twitch it's, so you can do bits. So bits is a way to do it. But also there's a Streamlabs way where I get an even bigger cut, which is through the, there's a tips and donations button that you'll see underneath my, on Twitch, like the panels. So that'll work too. But you can also just super chat, bro. Like, I will, in fact, read out super chats, and the super chats will automatically appear. So don't worry about that. It's just the persistent chat. I want to observe the rules. I hopefully, in an ideal situation, would like to change the rules, but I can't change it. I'm just one guy. And YouTube is still sick, and I'll still see everything. Does Streamlabs give you a bigger cut than super chats? I think Streamlabs. Let's see. Streamlabs cut donations. So there's the standard credit card fee, and I think that there's a let's see. I have an Excel. I think I created an Excel for this. Let me just check my Excel. Income streams. There's like a 30% for super chats on YouTube, something like that. Hang on, let's see. Super chats are what? Baba yato yato nadido yato yato. I don't know. PayPal takes a cut. 2% plus 30 cents. I don't know. So maybe it's less. It might be less the bigger it is or something. Kicksubs are probably the biggest amount, yeah. They both take a similar thing. I don't really care. I like the super chats because they make a little noise and they like look cool in the YouTube chat. So I don't really care. I'm good with anything you want to do. Whatever's most convenient for you guys, I'll receive it all. So I do, and I do appreciate your guys' support. Very much do appreciate it. If it's bits, if it's this or that, I'm cool with it all. Whatever is most convenient for you. Anything involving money is funny. Anything involving money is cool and free, and it's okay. All right. So a little bit more on the Econoboy stuff. I don't know. So my preference absolutely is for Live and Learn to continue. But we'll have to see the dynamic and what makes sense. I know that Econoboy was also insistent on that point. So we'll keep you posted on that. But yeah, I just wanted to express again my sadness. I don't like that situation. And I think the timing of it is not great. Not super great. Because of like all the other stuff. But, there was never going to be a good time, frankly. Other than that, yeah, I wanted to announce the Twitch stuff. There will be rules, new rules in the Discord and the subreddit. So please observe those when they come out. We'll make an announcement. We're going to be doing some other stuff this week, which we'll announce. I just signed up for a debate moderated by Admiral Gibbs on, I assume, some legal thing. Maybe we'll do, what I would love to do is Trump versus United States, whether it's like an originalist opinion. And I'll show you guys something today, which I think will definitively put to bed the notion that it is an original opinion. What did Marco Rubio say? Let's put to bed the notion. What did he say? Where he kept repeating himself, and Chris Christie like commented on it. Yeah, it's sad, Palms. Yeah, Admiral Gibbs is fair. Admiral, be nice to Gibbs. What else? Oh, I saw a take. I don't know who it was. From someone who was like, I mildly agree with Trump. It's like a Democrat account. I forget who it was. But it was like, I mildly agree with Trump sending in the DC National Guard to deal with. Oh my God! What the hell, Palms? Holy Palms. These are 50 little jokes. Each one of these is an individual little joke. Thank you so much for the Twitch subs. Now, can you imagine if you missed out on a Twitch sub? What would that even feel like? Can you give us a legal rundown about what DC means for America? Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about that. I think it's useful to talk about. I also like that it makes the emotes pop a little bit more, what we have for the Twitch emotes. Yes or no, yes, no. I'll try to make it look a little bit neater or something. I'll work with people. Man, Twitch is cracked out. How are we supposed to compete? Bro, you're still here, man. Econoboy added so much aeration to the unit. Truly. Oh! Why? Why so many? Why so many? Why so many funny jokes? That's 100 subs. That was $5,000 that he just spent. Thank you so much, Palms. Palms, guys, there's a Palms emote in the chat. So if you're a follower, you can put, I think it's Pisco Palms. I just want to shout out Palms real quick. You can't do it on YouTube. This was $5 trillion. I know, I'm just joking. That's the Pisco Palms emote. Wow. Insane. Look at all the Twitch. Love of Twitch. There are 38 viewers on Twitch. I didn't get one of them. I'm sorry, XL. This is the... What emote did I... Why did I make this an emote? Blurst? Is this... Andy, is this you? I gotta give you credit for this one, right? Omega dodging. Yes or no, Palms? Palms, yes or no? Someone gift subs here. We are lacking. No, okay, guys. I really appreciate the support from all y'all. It means the world. And thank you, Palms, again. So wait on that chat emo. Oh, that's coming. That's in the works. That's in the fucking works. Come on. Got some daily retainer fees being paid. Oh, I like this. I like the format of the Chatterino. I copied Hassan, guys. I copied Hassan's Chatterino thing. Liberal surrender hands. What can I say? Sometimes the commies figured it out. Sometimes they figured it out a little better. Pisco and a Glambo emo. Well, what we like to do is we like to pay homage to our viewers and users and stuff in the various like different kinds of art. We used to have the Twitch banner, like all of the regulars did like you can still see it because there's a channel where it's just dedicated to the previous art, but the Twitch banner used to be all of the contributors. Pisco surrender hands, yeah. Okay, but thank you again for the. I'm gonna mute them real quick, but like I do really appreciate. And Grip is back as well. Look at this. Our Chatterino. All right, cool. So let's talk a little bit about. Finish the Econoboy thing. I think I did. Yeah, sad. I don't know what the future is. We'll try to see. Econoboy seemed to push for like he wants a replacement, which my early inclination was like, wouldn't that be like dishonorable to Econoboy? Wow, thank you so much for the memberships. Andy, look at this. And the Common Good, a recent Omega good tier contributor and commenter, has been gifted a membership. Shout out Andy and the Common Good. I've been noticing your comments, the Common Good. When you guys do high quality comments, I do notice them. Don't forget, I notice these. But yeah, we'll have to talk about it, Hutch, me, and Josiah. Yeah, you probably missed the Freeman. Two Andys. Oh, this is a second Andy. It's Andy's second account. But yeah, we'll talk about it with the other Live and Learn hosts. See what's good. You guys can speculate about that. That's cool. I'm not gonna say you're a bad person for speculating or anything. I just I'm not gonna like sort of engage in open speculation except when we're riffing like we did on Live and Learn earlier today, like when we're riffing and being like, oh, it should be Obama, it should be, I forget who else, Hassan, it should be this or that, right? So you can speculate all you want. I'm not going to say you shouldn't speculate, but I'm not going to necessarily speculate like honestly and earnestly and give my actual honest takes until I've cleared it with other members of my group. Obama versus Pisco debate. Did you kill Alawaki? Yes or no? There's only one correct answer here, Mr. President, and you've fallen for my trap. Hassan for one episode would go crazy. Imagine the soy posting. I don't know that, like, I feel like it would be boring, right? Tim Pool's dad, Mike Pool. The Peace Corps is important. Sorry, I can't do an Obama. Is it racist to do an Obama impression? Explain that. Explain all of that. Oh, and we never did the Joanna Aaron episode with all four of us. The abundance episode. Oh, that'll be my one great regret. My one great regret. Would you have a debate with Andrew? It's been offered. There's been people who have tried to set up a debate with me and Andrew Wilson, but he said that he won't do it unless I personally, not anyone else, I personally pay him thousands of dollars. And so he, there have been people who have been willing to like fly us out to actually set it up, and he has refused the common good. Andrew Wilson is dodging me, and he is putting on me restrictions that he doesn't obviously put on anyone else. All the randos he debates at different times. And the only times we've actually debated is in the where he's been crushed, is in the context of like other people being there. So yeah, but I would totally be willing to do it because he's highly, highly overrated. He's a bit of a dipshit, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, though. That's just my opinion. And we have the receipts on this, by the way, the common good. We have the receipts of him saying, I'll only do it for thousands and thousands of dollars. I have the receipts from the different groups that have tried to set it up. And yeah, I'm not going to dip into my money to pay him for that. I think that's stupid. But yeah, that's just me. This is me. Okay. That's on Econoboy. Let's talk some and thank you again, guys, for the memberships, for the subs, palms again. Super appreciate it. Andy, super appreciate it. Let's talk DC stuff. I saw this one account who's like typically a lib poster, typically a Biden guy. Which account was it? Let me see if I tweeted it. I was like planning on tweeting something snarky. I might have saved it. Oh, here we go. Oh, this person, Luna, who typically, I like their tweets. I think that they tweet like base stuff. But I saw this tweet, which was like, I tepidly support Trump's actions in DC. DC has one of the highest crime rates of any major city, and the local government has done nothing to stop it. Minors prowl the streets, harass and attack people, and get no consequences because they're kids. DC should be beautiful and clean. So if this is your response, I just think that you're not getting it. You're not getting it. So put aside the issue of crime for a moment. Put that just to the side for a moment, right? In other words, I'm going to say, grant that crime is a problem, okay? Hot take, crime is bad. There are parts of New York where I don't feel safe at night, and New York is generally, I would say, a safer city. There are parts of any major city that you don't feel safe, and there are times when even cities on a whole, their numbers are in a bad direction. And even just assume for the sake of the hypothetical, I know that there's plenty of evidence to the contrary that DC is having like some massive spike in crime. Now, I think the proof of this is of it being like this unprecedented state, that the DC crime's in an unprecedented state, is highly overblown, and it appears that violent crime is down. There's always a way that you can parse the numbers to make it look like it's a hellhole. People do this all the time. If you like ever watch The Wire, there's always ways to like twist numbers or interpret them in kind of weird ways where you'll be able to make a certain kind of picture. The same thing with the economic numbers. We used to point to the homicide numbers in general over the country going down as a sign that Biden wasn't responsible for a large increase in crime, and then actually violent crime rates are going down, and they were going down. It just is the case that we're not seeing a kind of like historic levels of criminality, either by the FBI statistics or by, I think it's the Bureau of Justice or whatever. I think the FBI or the DOJ compiles them, or some component of the DOJ compiles them. And that's also true across victimization surveys. But even take as granted there's like a moderate increase in crime. We can't run our country on emergencies. We can't deal with every single issue through emergency procedures. There's a very interesting part of abundance, which says that you can define your own sets of emergencies. And that very much is true, I would say. But I would say, like, even granted that there's like an incidental rise in crime in a given city, I don't think under any definition of emergency that would qualify or could qualify. Certainly wouldn't be for me that we would like suspend the regular order of things. If anything, I would say, oh, what up, Nate the lawyer? Shout out Nate the lawyer. I still have to reach out to that guy. That you would suspend the regular order to just like address things via emergency declarations, via assuming greater direct presidential control. It is not appropriate, in my opinion, for the executive branch to try to usurp regular order in situations that do not call for it. And this is even beside the point, what I'm saying right now. Because take a bigger step back. Because none of this is about crime. You understand? None of this is about crime. These motherfuckers don't care about crime rates in DC. They don't give a fuck. This is not what their main issue with this whole thing is. This is about government control. This is about expanding executive prerogatives. It's about starting a domino of authoritarian domination. And they're open about this. That this is going to extend beyond DC to other states. Say what you want to say about DC, right? Why would we start this kind of national federal deployment at DC? Why are they doing that there? I would posit to you, and I would suggest to you, that the reason they're doing it there is because that's arguably where they have the best legal argument to do this kind of federalization of the police there and nationalization of the Guard. And it's the same reason why they started like all of these illegal renditions and deportations with illegal immigrants. They're starting in places where perhaps there's some ambiguity. Perhaps there's a greater argument for control in the case of illegal immigrants for due process, with the goal to expand, right? You start with the people who are very unsavory, for the people where there's not a great deal of sympathy, and then you expand out. That's how their process has run. I don't think that this is going to end here. In fact, it hasn't even started here, right? Like, they're doing a massive federal deployment in California right now, which we have covered the litigation about what they're using these federal forces with the direct control by the DHS and really by the president, Stephen Miller, what they're doing, right? They're doing arbitrary detentions. They're detaining people without any reasonable suspicion or probable cause. You read all those affidavits that go unrebutted by the government in litigation. And this is all part of an encroaching strategy to again, unify control of the people with guns under the authority of the president, and more specifically, the people who are surrounding the president. Right? Trump is not coming up with all these strategies. He's just a vector to have it be done. And so if you think that the primary goal of the federal government in nationalizing the DC Metropolitan Police and sending in National Guard, mobilizing National Guard units to DC is to stop crime, you have lost the plot. That's not the goal here, right? It also puts to bed, Josiah joked about this a little bit. The notion that Trump needed permission of someone to nationalize or to activate the DC National Guard. It is the case that the DC National Guard is under his control. I don't know what the legal argument would be that the president can't deploy the DC National Guard in some sort of manner to address some issue that I don't see a strong argument, or I'm not aware of one, that the president couldn't do this under his own authority, the DC National Guard component, that is. And there are even some potential signals from the DC government, local government, that they're not going to be able to legally stop some of what's going on. So it puts to bed the notion that Trump couldn't have called the DC National Guard on Jan 6, which was a true emergency, where there was actual, an urgency, a need to mobilize them. But you can't just buy what the government's stated rationale is, that it's to lower crime rates. And you're not thinking about what the marching orders are going to be for a executive branch controlled DC Metropolitan Police or the mobilized DC National Guard units in our capital. The proximity to the nation's capital should worry you. It shouldn't put you at ease. This is precisely what the fear was of some of these DOD people on January 6th, is we didn't want to have the appearance of politics. Now we're going to have direct control of the president, of these different law enforcement agencies and military units in DC. And look at the big picture here, right? What's the emergency? What's the urgency? Why does this need to happen now? Why does this need to happen under why couldn't this happen through a congressional action? Why couldn't we deliberate on this as a country? Have some discussion about it. Why is this occurring with the speed with which it's occurring? It's not because the crime numbers are out of control for DC beyond where they have been in the last decade. That's not why this is happening. So if you take a step back and see the forest, right? What's the forest? This is the forest. The government is intent on a wholesale expansion of executive authority. They're trying to take powers from the Congress in the appropriation of money, in the impoundment of various different funds. They're trying to usurp the courts by disobeying certain judicial orders, by arguing that certain kinds of claims are non-justiciable, by saying that the judicial power is beyond, the geographic scope of the country. The administration is denying due process to all kinds of people. They are out there violating the First Amendment in an unprecedented fashion, as the organization FIRE has related multiple times, with universities conditioning funds on First Amendment issues and on being with the administration on certain policies. Same thing with immigration stuff, First Amendment issues. The law firms, need I go on and on and on. They're deploying federal assets and masked DHS officers who don't identify themselves to just kidnap U.S. citizens, not have any record of their arrest, and they won't even contest the denial of Fourth Amendment rights to such individuals. So Did you ever think that you would get here in America? I warned about this in the lead up to the 2024 election. But we're in a scary state. And I don't want to scare you guys unnecessarily. Don't be hysterical, obviously. But when you see the forest for the trees, you can't just atomize this. You can't just see it in isolation. If you see it in isolation, you're apt to miss the broader point of this. Not everyone in the administration is stupid. Not everyone in the administration is clueless. There's an intentionality behind what's taking place here. One, probably certainly to distract from the Epstein scandal at all. But they're also concerned that their power, right, is waning. Things aren't moving as quickly as they want them to. Congress isn't moving with due speed. The deportations aren't happening as fast as possible. People are souring on the president. Why do you think that they're doing all this gerrymandering thing now? They're worried about entrenching their power. The people in office right now, the people like Russell Vought and others, they're well aware that if they lose power, if they lose the Oval Office, there will be a reckoning, a justified reckoning, by a legal reckoning, a legal and justified reckoning against the traitors who brought us to this state. So why are they doing the gerrymandering? Because they want to entrench themselves in power. Why are they mobilizing all these different federal assets in states and now in DC? Because they want to intimidate. They want to normalize this kind of operational control until the key moment. Until the key moment when they'll be called upon. And then the only thing that is going to be between us and the end of our Constitution are going to be the people holding those guns. And when you put them in that position, when you normalize it among the public, when you start getting them used to this kind of authoritarianism, blatant corruption, blatant cronyism, bribes every day, then yeah, like we talked about in Live and Learn today, the shit starts to seem less serious. It's, the human mind will get accustomed to all sorts of different things. They'll get used to the worst, most deplorable conditions. You got used to COVID, right? You got used to not going outside, being with your family. So you've gotten used to the corruption. You've gotten used to the bribery. What if you get used to the police state too? And that's why I retweeted Dan Carlin. Dan Carlin is great. You guys should follow Dan Carlin. He's the founder and lead on the Hardcore History podcast. Really great podcast. Fantastic. Couldn't recommend it enough. The series on World War I is great. On the American Peril, I thought it was really good. There's one called The Destroyer of Worlds, talking about Oppenheimer, the race for the nuclear bomb. Really good too. Just awesome. And he also has a more political show. He's often criticized for being a little slow in terms of his content creation, but we can forgive him that because the content's really good. So I really, really liked Dan Carlin. But he gets it, man. It's about the bigger picture. You gotta think about the big picture. It's not just this atomized, isolated, disambiguated moment, which you could compartmentalize and look and just focus myopically at it. Reminds me oftentimes of the analysis of different shit with the Israel Gaza discussion, where it's we're hyper focusing on this one little thing, this reporter here, and this. Let's take a step back and look at the broader pattern. There's a pattern here. That's what and this needs to be seen in that tapestry, not as an individual crime stopping policy. And I'll hasten to add, regardless of whether or not it in fact lowers crime. Regardless of that. Same thing, by the way, with the border stuff. Yeah, border crossings are down. We don't give the government credit for doing illegal, corrupt, or self-entrenching maneuvers in the sort of face of some actual genuine crisis or some actual, or sorry, not even crisis, a problem. In the case of like the, I don't know, persistent crime levels in a city like DC. But even in a crisis, right? We don't give them credit for behaving in an authoritarian fashion. And everything has been operated on emergency power. Almost everything. He declares an emergency. Right now, Venezuela is invading us. Don't you know? They're invading us. There's an emergency of fentanyl coming from Canada. That's an emergency. So this is not normal. It is not normal to run your government on emergencies, to try to ratchet up and it's all for self-entrenching, self-interested, self-motivated means. And you're starting to see private actors respond to it predictably. They're responding to the corruption in a way that you would expect. By acquiescing to the regime. By acquiescing to the maneuvers. So yeah, this is obviously troublesome, problematic. And where are the civil libertarians? You would think like if this is all it takes, is if just like a little crime stat. By the way, a lot of people don't believe in the crime stats anyway. They didn't believe in the crime stats when they were coming down for Biden, that they were on the decline. They didn't believe it then. The truth is irrelevant here. They are addicted to worshiping power. When I say they, I'm talking about all of the deniable shills, the government bootlicking shills. The people who promised you and maybe themselves, maybe they're lying to themselves, that if the time would come of government intrusion into civil liberties, government intrusion into prerogatives of the states or local governments, that they would stand up and call it out, but they're not. They don't give a fuck. They really don't give a fuck. And the people in charge hate you. They hate everything you stand for. They hate your family. They hate that you love this country. They want to kill you if you resist. They want you dead if you're an enemy to the administration. They don't care about free speech. And failing that, they'll definitely try to coerce and intimidate you, as they've done to practically everyone who tries to stand up to the administration, from Harvard to protesters that they've thrown in vans with no due process. So yeah, if there's anyone who wants to disagree, jump in. Feel free to jump into disagreements. I don't know if there's anyone there. But yeah, feel free to jump into disagreements if you disagree with anything I've said, presumably on the side of the deployment here or any other Trump-related issue or corruption-related issue. Happy to talk about it. But yeah, anyone who's kind of like downplaying these kinds of maneuvers, you have to question. You have to question if they're watching the same movie. People are very presumptuous that we'll make it to the midterm. So I think that ultimately, I think the administration is wasting its time. And I'm convinced that they've already... So like, think about it, right? The election for midterms is next year. We're already in August. The election season starts next year. So we're in the critical moment. I think they've wasted a lot of time already. That doesn't mean they won't be able to successfully steal or try to undermine the elections. But just be aware that that like it's not worth blackpilling yourself. You just got to do what you do. You got to show up to the polling booth on election day. A lot of the elections are run by states. And you got to do your job as a patriot. And blackpilling or concern trolling isn't helping anybody. Is the emergency order only 30 days? I haven't actually looked at the text of the order. Let's actually look at emergency order, DC. Fact sheet: President Donald J. Trump declares a crime emergency to restore safety in the District of Columbia, right? They're looking for their Reichstag fire. And the actual fear, right? The actual fear here is what if there's a real emergency, right? What if there's an actual new pandemic or an actual massive terrorist attack in the country? I don't think that we're ready for that kind of situation. But we are in a very precarious point in our country's history, and so you all need to stay woke, keep your mind shielded from the equivocation, from the false equivalence, from the lies, and from the kind of downplaying, even from our own side. We cannot afford in this moment to have people downplay the authoritarian maneuvers of the government. Now, I made the case on the show recently that I thought the Bureau of Labor Statistics thing is not a good strategic play for Trump, but that is not me saying that this is not concerning. It's very, very concerning that the intent of the administration is obviously to lie, to kick the books in its own favor, to entrench itself. Facts be damned. That's obviously very concerning. I just happen to think in that case, strategically, I don't know if it makes much sense. But I could be proven wrong on that maybe it makes a ton of sense for them from a entrenching perspective. But you should definitely be concerned about the state of our country. This is not normal. And anyone who's trying to sell you that it is normal, or that maybe this makes sense. Maybe it makes sense to do this massive sort of federal deployment in DC on an emergency, right? A crime emergency. The president has determined that special conditions of an emergency nature exist, requiring the use of the Metropolitan Police Department services to maintain law and order. Right? What has changed? What has changed that wasn't around in the last few years or when Trump was in office? The communiques from the White House are unhinged. The most degenerate scumbags are running your country. They're in charge. And I do need you to hate these people. You need to have hatred in your heart for the MAGA elites who are currently running the country. It should fill you with hatred and disgust when you see their faces. Stephen Miller, the communications director, I forget his fucking name, Stephen whatever. When you see Trump himself, J.D. Vance, these are scum. These are scum that are trying to steal your country. They're trying to make you and your family unsafe. That's what they're trying to do. And you do, in fact, need to hate them. I don't want you to love them. You shouldn't be loving these filthy degenerates, these scumbags in charge of our country. Metaphorically, you want to destroy them, right? Don't love your enemy. You want to metaphorically destroy your enemy, obviously. Okay. But since we are not in a position to currently vote them out, we'll just stick with disagreements. So, Enrico, we're going to move you into the live. What up, Enrico? Welcome to Stream Disagreements. I've dragged you in. You're muted currently. Hope you're doing well, sir or madam, or non-binary person. Hello? Oh, he jumped out. He jumped out. What up, Enrico? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo está? Stop jumping out. Why is he jumping out? Se fue. I'm going to jump into Stream Disagreements. Hang on. Let me try moving him one more time. How about now? Enrico, ¿qué tal? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, how you? Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. Boomer alert. We'll try again. How about now?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Sure can. What can I do for you?
Awesome. No, I don't have disagreements, so I'm sorry for breaking the rules
You're
if
good.
I am, but I have a lot of questions.
Hit me.
So, with considering we're facing the DC situation as well, I'm in Texas and we're facing that bullshit. Um, what chances do we have right now as far as the liberal side? Because I'm an independent, but I lean left as considering right now.
Hmm.
What what chances do we have right now of fighting all of the shit that's happening?
Yeah, so they want you to be scared. They want you to feel powerless. And so when you say what chance do we have of fighting, it depends what you mean by fighting. If what you mean by fighting is like, I don't know, like preventing the overthrow of our country, I think we have good odds. I think that we can do it, and I think that it. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, Abbott had a interview with CBS, I think it was, or was it NBC like morning, where they were interviewing him. The guy literally read off portions of the Texas Constitution,
Hmm.
saying that parties are enabled and empowered to break quorum if they are against what's happening, the bills that are passed. And Abbott just went on a lie and kind of, well, it's not this, it's not that. Yet the Republicans literally broke Congress to avoid voting on the Epstein file bills. So when it comes down to it, the propaganda, the contradictions that are happening right now, they're way out in front of things, and it's hurting my soul on
Yeah,
this
no.
one.
So you can't get hung up on the double standard stuff because the double standard is true, and trust me, I as someone who has these debates, it drives me crazy. But you can't let that affect your mental state because, like, if you were to just like focus on the double standard all day, like you would lose your mind. And so I understand why it's frustrating to see, for example. So what you're saying is like, oh, it's unconstitutional to break quorum for some other purpose, but yet they're doing something in Congress to leave Congress for the Epstein files. Is that hypocritical? Like, probably. I haven't thought about it that much, but it's probably some level of hypocrisy. Have Republicans done this kind of shenanigans and tactics before? Yeah, for sure. Is it legal under Texas law? I'm not sure if it's legal under Texas law, but don't get hung up on the I think that this is a story perhaps of optimism there, right? It's like, is it bad that Abbott is doing this kind of maneuver? Yeah. Is it hypocritical for the reasons you stated? Probably, yeah. But look at what the Democrats are doing. The Democrats are the ones who broke quorum in the first place. There's some Democrats willing to fight, and Gavin Newsom
Right.
has welcomed them and says, if Texas does this thing, we will follow suit. So it should give you. I think that the story of the quorum stuff in the Texas should give you hope that there are Democrats who are getting the fucking message, get with the program, that they're willing to fight, and there still is an ability for a lot of Democrats to fight. We just need to choose to do it. So yeah, that's why the story brings me optimism because it's not really a shift in terms of the dynamic or the votes in a particular governmental office or body or anything. It's the change in mentality which is critical and which I've been arguing for. It's a change in how we view the present crisis and the present administration. That's what most fundamentally needs to change. Until that changes, and I'm starting to see some signs that people are taking it seriously, nothing will. But in general, I think that whole saga gives me more hope than it does pessimism.
And that's true. And I think Texas, of all amongst maybe Pennsylvania and California, have the strongest Dem candidates, but and the bench when you're looking at Jasmine Crockett, which I live in her district as
Oh
it
yeah,
stands right now, and then James Tallarico,
yeah,
who is reaching out across the aisle amongst all sorts of platforms and doing his thing when he's a Democratic Christian and he's like more modern and more centralist, if you will. But I'm not one. I am one to say gerrymandering is bad altogether, and fighting fire with fire only ignites the bullshit that we are facing, and it increases the risks of, especially right now, when it comes to getting is trying to push Trump and his agendas and his supporters out. If the Democrats like Gavin Newsom saying, "Oh, we're going to gerrymander the state," that does not help the cause. You're literally tit for tat.
So you don't support it?
For me, it's hard to say. I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the energy. I love the energy. I love the effort. But I don't think it helps, because at the end of the day, everyone is going to look at the Democrats going, well, they did this. They're supporting this cause. So why are they not doing? Why are they not supporting us at the end of the day?
So let's talk it out. All right. So first off, I want to say I want you to support it, right? Because I appreciate and agree that like you're in favor of the energy. I also appreciate the energy, but it's beyond that. Like I want you to support the actual thing itself. And the reason why I want you to support the thing itself is because not only is it, I think, not going to lead to this parade of horribles that you're suggesting. I would argue we're kind of already there, but it's the most likely thing to undo the parade of horribles that we're already in. And I think it's justified because the Democrats are, in terms optically, right, to the extent that the public is going to have any backlash on someone, the odds that it's the Democrats as opposed to the Republicans is lower. There's no reason to think that the Republicans will face less backlash than the Democrats. The Democrats will face more backlash than the Republicans. So I do want to push you there and see what you think about that. So if you're okay with that.
No, that's fine. My problem is with the MAGA, if you will, and their grip on the Republican Party and their grip on politics right now.
Can't change that, right?
Right. However, if you continue to push, that grip gets tighter.
The grip is absolute.
And I am all for one. The tighter you hold, the more leaks out of your grasp.
I hate to break this to you, Enrico. I hate to break this to you. The grip is at 100%. It's effectively at 100%. It can't go any stronger. The grip is essentially total. So there's.
I mean, I'd like to agree with you on that one. However, the grip is 100% on certain issues. Now we're talking about different ones, right? Like we're talking about, so if we go social economics or social demographics, yes, the MAGA grip is 100% when it comes to immigration and transgender and the economics of things. Now we're talking about having seats in government.
No, what matters is the support for the government right now in terms of the grip. When I'm referencing the grip, yeah, among the Republican crowd, there are different policy visions and like viewpoints that you can point out to, but the grip that Trump has on the Republican Party, by which I mean Republican voters, and by which I mean the Republican infrastructure, that's the RNC, that's all of the various politicians and people who are in charge of state level parties, in charge of media, like the grip between Trump and the institutional and popular forces that make up the Republican Party is absolute. And that's why, so there's no risk that we're going to push Republicans into MAGA extremism. They're already there. And if you don't think that that's the case, I don't know what movie you're watching, man.
No, I'm not watching a movie. I'm just watching
metaphorically. That's all I mean.
Yeah, and I know. I'm watching the trends, right?
Yeah.
So, for instance, in New York, Trump is trying to get out ahead of Mondani. Okay, they are trying to push gerrymandering here in Texas and Ohio. When it comes down to it, they are trying to federalize the police in D.C. They are doing everything that they possibly can politically and within the boundaries that they have, pushing the point, pushing the boundaries that they have to get every single ounce of power that they can possibly get. I absolutely respect and appreciate every single Texas Democrat doing everything that they can to prevent.
But can we just pause real quick, Enrico? So I appreciate what you're saying right now, and I just want to say, What I'm
Yeah.
talking about first, and I want to see if you agree with it, is kind of like an internal check on the Republican Party as such, not whether or not the Republicans are doing things the Democrats or the Republicans are trying like outwardly faces, but inwardly facing. As within the Republican Party, subservience to Trump is practically, for all intents and purposes, absolute. And I want to know if you agree with that. That like there is no like MAGA wing versus establishment wing. Trump's dominance is ubiquitous, and I want to know if you agree with that. But we can move on to like the ways in which that apparatus, which I consider as being essentially dominated by MAGA and Trump, the ways in which that's interacting with the other world. But at least, as a constitutive matter, how could you argue that the Republican Party currently is not totally in the hands of Trump and his inner circle?
Well, one of the examples I can give on that one is apparently Marjorie Taylor Greene and Laura Loomer are having a fight.
That's typical of like any kind of, I'm going to say the word like cult, or any kind of situation in which there's a dear leader. Like even among, I'm going to bring it up because I've been reading a lot on Nazi Germany and whatever, right? But like there's internal squabbles between members of constituent groups that make up the Republican Party, and yeah, they fight among themselves. They try to get up the pecking order. They have these little private and public squabbles, but that doesn't, just because there are heterogeneous makeup of the party, they are unified in their allegiance to Trump. And so, yes, there are differences between members of the MAGA coalition, and the MAGA coalition has different elements that make it up that believe different things. But in all respects, they are subservient and will follow the commands of the leader. It's just who the leader is listening to.
That's fair. They'll eat themselves to try to get on top of to reach power. That's fair. No, you're right. When it comes down to it, the Republican Party is following one word, and the problem that I see is that the Democratic Party is following half a dozen.
Right. There's not a unifying. And that's not to suggest that we ought to be, the Democratic Party could be or ought to be just like subservient to one guy. I don't ultimately think it's super healthy for the Republican Party to be in the state that it's in, where like there's just this unified and unitary control by Trump. So that's not a state that I necessarily want to emulate, but I would agree to the extent that you're suggesting that the party is like, the Democratic Party is like too scattered and doesn't have a sufficient amount of unity. I think that I would somewhat agree with that, and my argument has been that they need to be unified in their opposition to Trump. But it seemed to be that you were suggesting that you were concerned that a strategy, for example, of responsive gerrymandering, responsive partisan gerrymandering in California could lead MAGA to entrench itself in the Republican Party and to get greater control of the Republican Party. But I just don't understand, like, that has already been accomplished, and Gavin Newsom or the Democrats doing things can't change that. That's just we can't affect that.
Well, considering the Democrats posed a bill to outlaw that, how can we really stand on a platform to say we're going to do the same thing that you're going to do?
So we can justifiably do it, and I'll tell you why. So we can justifiably do it because the Supreme Court said it's an issue for the states, and for Congress to decide. It's a political question that the courts can't resolve, or at least the Article 3 courts can't resolve without some help from Congress or from the respective states. So as a pure legal matter, except to the extent that it conflicts with state law, it's within the control of the respective political branches, and that is what the Supreme Court decided. So as a matter of law, we're not doing anything incorrect. As a matter of policy, Democrats have been on the forefront of trying to fight for nonpartisan commissions to decide issues of, independent gerrymandering, independent state redistricting. So Democrats previously have been in the side, and that's the reason why there are all these additional hurdles in states like California, New York, is because Democrats were advocating for this kind of stuff, and they did propose legislation multiple times in Congress to achieve this end of independent, nonpartisan redistricting. That said, right, the Republicans started first. They drew first blood, and they gerrymandered the fuck out of everywhere they touched. The Democrats did so in response as well, for sure, 100%. I'm not going to deny that. But Republicans drew first blood. The Democrats are the ones who were willing to get rid of it. And for us, in response, to do something that was allowed by the Supreme Court to be done, I think that should not be taken as as us being on the same moral equivalence of the Republicans, because the minute that a bipartisan law would pass Congress and be signed by the president outlawing this practice altogether, it would be supported by Democrats. Democrats were in these litigation fights arguing that the Supreme Court should get involved in these partisan gerrymandering fights. And so I think that the moral high ground is maintained by Democrats' consistent push towards an ultimate solution here, a federal solution that achieves a balanced and unified outcome across the states. Their history in championing litigation and actually implementing independent redistricting commissions in their state constitutions, etc., and us basically reacting to this push by Trump to get Texas to do it. I think everyone can see the big picture here and know that the Democrats are only doing this responsively, and if given the opportunity, would propose and support an independent redistricting. So I think that we maintain the high ground here.
Well, and that's fair. I mean, I know Texas is still under a lawsuit from 2021 when they did it last time. They are still trying to fight that cause. And that census that was allegedly unconstitutional or illegal. I know North Carolina recently did it as well. But at the same time, I mean, I just think that.
But why not? Why would you be against it? Because think about it. The only way we're going to get Republicans, right? Like the only way Republicans are going to support a congressional statute, which is what we would need to outlaw partisan gerrymandering. The only way they're going to do it is if they see some benefit in for themselves. So the best way to achieve the outcome that we all want, which is independent redistricting, is for Democrats to gerrymander the fuck out of their independent districts. The way that you entrench, unlimited Republican majorities and unlimited partisan gerrymandering is to just let the Republicans walk all over you. I mean, are you really suggesting that we should let the Republicans do gerrymandering, which was allowed by the Supreme Court, and for the Democrats to just not? Is that really what you're suggesting?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Like I said, I am all for every single state senate to break quorum to the point that their state constitution allows. If a state says we're going to gerrymander the thing, and when it comes to the boundaries and they are saying it's unconstitutional, that you are trying to rig the election, you're trying to bend the rules, you're doing whatever. What I am saying is we have no guarantee that a Democratic representative is going to win that district, regardless if it's California, regardless if it's Ohio, New Mexico, Texas, North Carolina, Nebraska, Iowa, etc. And so at the same time, I am fully on board saying gerrymandering is illegal across the board. And that is
but the Democrats support that. But the Democrats support that. But we can't get it done right now because we don't control Congress and the presidency.
I know the catch-22, right?
It's not a catch-22. It's not a catch-22.
No. Well, Democrats support it, but they don't have support in the federal thing. But do they have support in those in the states?
For what?
My biggest question is, can they? So, are there any states that have Democratic power, the Democratic Party power to outlaw gerrymandering and say we're done with it and we're not going to do it?
Yeah, presumably there are places where they could do that, but why would they? Why should they? In their states.
But
I'm asking a question. Why should they?
Why should they?
Why should we, as Democratic states, outlaw partisan gerrymandering when the Republicans are doing the reverse and basically trying to upgrade their partisan gerrymandering?
Problem with your question is I want to answer it with a question: is why wouldn't
I wouldn't appreciate that.
If they can outlaw it, if they can outlaw gerrymandering in that state and codify it, why wouldn't they?
Because it would be detrimental to the interests of the country. It would be detrimental to the ultimate aim of getting rid of partisan gerrymandering. It would entrench a Republican majority for years and years to come for no reason, for no benefit. It would be totally damaging to the structure of our Constitution, the future of our country. Why would it's so stupid to do it? It would be disastrously fucking dumb to do what you're suggesting.
And I appreciate your sentiment on that
Yeah,
one.
sure.
However, if the Democrats are already proposing a bill federally to outlaw gerrymandering, why wouldn't they do that in their state?
Because it's different if it's a national partisan gerrymandering ban because it applies equally to red and blue states. And in that sense, and by the way, they've already done that with respect to New York and California. They've already implemented independent redistricting because they were serious about this push for a while.
Yeah, it's in the Constitution, like California.
Yeah,
they have
sure.
to have,
So, but the reason why it would be consistent to support a national, to support a national ban on partisan gerrymandering, notwithstanding supporting gerrymandering in your own state, is simple. You say, I support banning partisan gerrymandering so long as everyone has to have it banned. That is a consistent position. There's nothing inconsistent about it, correct? Yes or no?
Say that question one more time.
Can you identify an inconsistency in the following statement? I support banning partisan gerrymandering if it's banned in every state. If and only if it's banned in every state.
Yes.
What's the contradiction?
Okay. So, and forgive me if I'm getting this wrong. Minnesota is a democratically held.
Sorry, I'm asking you what the contradiction is.
I know, and I'm trying to give you an example. Is Minnesota a democratically held, like majority state?
I believe it's a bare majority. There was an assassination that might have made it split somewhere. I don't know.
That's fair. But let's give that example. If Minnesota is a democratically held state, then yes, I can see them saying, it does not. Your question is flawed on that one.
Sorry. I didn't understand what you mean. What do you mean by the question is flawed?
We have the power in this state, so
I'm asking you a question. You just said your question is flawed. What did you mean when you said your question is flawed? I don't know what you meant by that, so I need to know what you mean.
You asked me if there was a flaw in the policy.
No, I asked you if there's a contradiction in the following statement. I'll repeat it again. So, in the following policy position, I support banning partisan gerrymandering if and only if every state is required to ban it. Is there a contradiction in that policy position?
Okay. No.
Okay, so that's the position that I recommend that all Democrats obtain. And then there's nothing inconsistent about gerrymandering the fuck out of your individual state for the purpose of, and I'll add, bringing about ultimately, I believe, the end of partisan gerrymandering by showing the Republicans how fucking damaging it will be to their own constituencies in these blue states and doing it better than them.
But if the state is already democratically owned and has power on that, why wouldn't they pass the law to?
Because because it's not adhering to their principles. So we don't have to ban them. We don't have to be in favor of independent redistricting in our state until and unless the Republicans are forced to do it too.
But again, the principles of the Democratic Party was to outlaw it anyway.
But I'm offering. No. I'm offering you a better principle, a new principle, a principle that is the principle that Democrats should take. If they took a different principle before, that principle was stupid. The principle should be, given that the Supreme Court has given its stamp of approval to partisan gerrymandering, they have done that. The Supreme Court has said that this is to be held in it's a political question, right? The Supreme Court has defined it as a political question. Given the fact that the Supreme Court has defined it as a political question, regardless of what the previous principle was, the Democrats should embrace a new principle. That new principle ought to be only ban partisan gerrymandering within your state if every state has to do it, or if the Republicans have to do it too. That's a better principle, and that's the principle that I'm pushing for Democrats to have. What's wrong with that principle?
There's nothing wrong with that principle,
Great.
But that's not the principle that we are following to this day.
That's the principle that we should follow, is what I'm saying. Regardless, I agree. I agree. We're not following it, and to the extent that we're not following, we should.
Right. So, I'm agreeing with you
Sick.
on
So
that
you
one.
agree with Gavin?
We should.
So what do you disagree with Gavin? Gavin is proposing that, and I think that that's based and awesome, and he should do it. And if he doesn't do it, I'm going to be pissed at him, and I'm not going to ever vote for him in a nomination contest.
But again, we're following a rabbit hole.
What's the rabbit hole? What do you mean by that?
So if Texas actually gets their gerrymandering shit passed, California is going to go through with it. What's the next state? And then the next state. And then the next state. That's my problem.
Why is that a problem? The Democrats should follow suit, and they should do tit for tat. What do you want them to just to gerrymander the fuck out of Texas and lose what, like 6, 7, 8 seats and not do anything about it? On net, I think we be way worse off if we just do nothing.
No, but I'm saying I'm with you. And was it the John Lewis law? Gerrymandering was illegal.
There are multiple laws in which it's been proposed, but the John Lewis Voting Rights Act or something like that. Yeah, there have been multiple laws.
No, I am all for that. Gerrymandering should be outlawed. Now, again, I go back to my previous statement. If there's a Democratic Party holding power in a particular state, what holds them to stop and say gerrymandering is illegal in this state?
What's holding them to stop? What's your question?
The Democratic Party holds power in a particular state. And again, I say Minnesota, regardless of what margin they hold. What makes it wrong or right to say Minnesota, for instance, says gerrymandering is illegal in this state?
What makes it wrong is it doesn't adhere to the principle that I just laid out, and the reason why that principle is preferable is not adhering to that principle cements or helps to cement an authoritarian Republican majority in Congress and helps to further cement partisan gerrymandering as the state of the play in the various states, because the Republicans will face no punishment for their absurd gerrymanders, all the while the Democrats are too noble to do what the Supreme Court said that they're allowed to do. And so the reason why it's bad is it leads to bad outcomes and it offers no benefit. Do you agree or disagree with that? Name one benefit. Name one benefit that it provides.
Well, I disagree with that. When it comes to if that particular state, the districts are already following the constitutional guidelines laid out by the Supreme Court, that they have every right to have these particular districts laid out. Gerrymandering cannot go forward regardless of what the situation is, and they have outlawed the situation, which is what the Democratic Party has been laying out with the.
Why should we ban it? So why should we not gerrymander the fuck out of Minnesota? Why should we not gerrymander the fuck out of New York and California? Can you give a reason why we shouldn't do that?
Why would you if it's already
I gave you a reason. Wait, I gave you a reason. We should do it because to not do it is to forgo an advantage for Democrats on an issue where the Supreme Court has said it's a political question, and on an issue in which until and unless there's a uniform solution across all states, it will necessarily give partisan advantage to the worst among us who are willing to gerrymander the fuck out of it. And so so long as you play the game of being pure in your independent states, you're not advancing the cause of independent gerrymandering across the country. All the while, you're helping to entrench an authoritarian Republican majority when it's not necessary or legally required.
But at the same time, we are fighting against MAGA propaganda that are going to get out in front of it, and we have no guarantee that Democrats.
You can't fight like a pussy. You can't lose. Like we can't go into these fights. And what I'm so glad about Newsom is playing scared. If you play scared, the opponent can sense the fear. You just can't assume that you're going to lose the optics war. Many times Democrats are winning the optics war. So the example I give is the decision to stand down on the Republican MAGA CR that was proposed by Republican Congress without any Democratic input, and then Chuck Schumer passed it stupidly without any concessions. That was an issue in which the Democrats were winning the public court of opinion, and the MAGA propaganda be damned, right? So if you play scared, if you play like a little bitch, you're going to get eaten alive and get your lunch, eaten from out of your fucking back pocket. You just can't have that mentality, the loser mentality. We have the truth behind us. We have the fact that Gavin Newsom is only considering this because Trump pushed the Texas people to do it. So obviously they initiated it. If you don't trust yourself to lead messaging on that issue, you should just fucking quit and get out of the way and let other people stand in to do that messaging for you. I'm so tired of people who are running scared on a fucking, when you have a silver platter argument, you have plenty of people who want to support you, who want to push out your messaging. If they can't make hay with that, then they should step aside for other communicators to get and like do the actual job.
I mean, that's fair, but we also have to compete against that lefty group.
Which lefty? You think the lefty group is going to be fighting us to not gerrymander?
They're
No.
going to be fighting tooth and nail to.
No, they're not. Not on this. They'll fight on Israel. They'll fight on $15 minimum wage. They'll fight on other shit. They're not gonna ding Gavin Newsom for fighting hard on redistricting. They support aggressive redistricting against Republicans. They do.
They're single issue voters that can consistently fuck up every single political and electoral.
Regardless of whether that's not true, can you find anything wrong with what I just said? So what I just told you is the lefties all are making fun of the Democrats for not doing this earlier. They are not against the Democrats fighting fire with fire. They support more fighting fire with fire. Sometimes they support fighting fire with fire when it's not appropriate. Sometimes I'll fight them when they're going too far. But on this issue, they're calling Democrats losers for not doing this earlier.
Okay, what candidates are you going to put in places in those?
That's not the issue. So the issue is gerrymandering, not which candidates. This is different.
Well, it kind of goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
No. But
Okay.
to the extent that it does, it would benefit lefties and benefit progressives. It would give them safer seats.
I mean, they would like to think so. However, when
It's
it
true.
comes down to it, I don't. I would disagree on that.
It would help because it would if you create a bunch of safe Democratic seat or more safe Democratic seats. Now there could be a way in which you gerrymander in which it's a narrower margin in certain places. So, but I just think that's like, if you create much more safe Democratic districts, like there's a way you can gerrymander the fuck out of California, New York, and all that stuff, where like you have very few Republican seats, and then I think the incentives are to become crazier left wing and become more left wing. So no, I don't think that they're against gerrymandering. And if you actually ask them, they're all fucking laughing at people for not doing it sooner. Again, I come back to that. You can say whatever you want in terms of a hypothetical argument that they might have, but the truth is, the lefties I talk to, the lefties I follow, the lefties who are the thought leaders, are fucking saying it's about time that some Democrats are talking about this.
I mean, I get where you're going, and casting a wider net embraces more of them in certain districts, but at the same time, the majority of them, especially let's say Texas, if you were going to break up districts in a wildly weird way, like they are, let's say Austin, for instance.
Yeah, these are the Republicans doing this. Yes, the Republicans doing this. Correct.
But they're breaking up the Austin district and going 300 miles east to the border almost of Louisiana. Do you think that that's going to help out the Democratic Party?
No, it's going to fucking hurt them, obviously.
Correct. So so with that example, that's where I'm going with that. We have no guarantee that an individual.
Wait. So you're talking about the Republican map, right?
I'm talking about a particular map that's being gerrymandered in my state.
Yeah, the Republican.
I don't know about it. Nobody's proposed a map in California yet.
No, yeah. So you're talking about the Texas map offered by Republicans is going to hurt Democrats and hurt left-wing people, like Jasmine Crockett, you just mentioned, right? Jasmine Crockett is a member of the Squad. So
as an example,
so the partisan gerrymander in Texas is going to hurt her. If there were a partisan gerrymander of Democrats in Texas, it would help her.
How so?
because it would give her she would get a safer seat, or she would be with a larger caucus, or people like Jasmine Crockett would be more apt to run for office. You have to think that not only does this kind of thing put a damper on actual Congress people who want to run for their seats again, who are now being gerrymandered into Republican seats, it also has the potential to depress talent who would be up and coming, Democratic members of Congress, but have been basically run out of the state because of the gerrymander. So in every sense, if Jasmine Crockett were a state member in Texas, she would be voting against the gerrymander. And the proof is in the pudding. All the Democrats, including the most left-wing Democrats in the Texas representatives, among the Texas legislature, have left the state because obviously the most left-wing members are against the most right-wing gerrymander. Why do I have to explain this to you?
No, you don't. You don't have to explain it to me because
Okay.
I'm following it. Again, I said I'm in Jasmine's district as of right now, but that's Dallas. That's not Austin.
Yeah, so what's your problem with what Newsom is doing? Why are you against Democrats fighting back?
My problem with that is going down the rabbit hole, is spiraling down. This state, that state, this state, that state. Everybody is going to start following the gerrymandering.
Dude, it's already happened. I don't know what to tell you. It's too late. The shit has happening all over the country. We're just talking about the amount of degree of partisan gerrymandering.
No, I initially said I absolutely support everything that Texas is doing because they are fighting against every state doing that.
Wait. You support what Texas is doing? Texas isn't.
Yes.
Texas. Okay, are you trolling me? You're a troll.
No. I support every single Texas Democrat leaving the state.
I'm talking about Texas the state, but Texas the state is increasing their gerrymander. They're making a more obscene gerrymander.
You're right. I support every single Texas representative fleeing the state, or if you will, or going out of the state to break quorum to break this fucking bill. My problem is with Gavin Newsom and other
what's wrong with what they're doing? I'm asking. So I already know that you have a problem with what Gavin Newsom is doing. I'm asking you, what is the problem?
I told you what my problem is.
Your problem is the rabbit hole, but I just told you. I responded to that. I said, we're in the rabbit hole. We're already in it.
We're not yet.
We are in it. Republicans are pushing us into the hole.
The Republicans are trying to push us in the hole.
They're going to do it. I don't know what fucking pipe you're smoking.
They're trying to do it.
They're going to do it. They're going to do it.
They can find another state to do it. However, I will not. I can't support.
Why not?
Why would we? But again,
because it makes things better, not worse, right? So, would you rather a situation in which Republicans are the only ones that that do the gerrymandering in that way, and Democrats do nothing, or would you rather us fight fire with fire to at least have an even situation where Democratic states are doing what the Republicans are doing, all the while being in favor of a law that gets rid of it all? Why would you rather live in the world in which Republicans just have an absolute advantage because they're the ones willing to do the thing that the Supreme Court said they're allowed to do?
Because I lean more centrist, and I can't.
It's not about centrist. It's not about that, right? So
I'm looking at the overall picture, and when it comes to the bottom line, a particular state going into this particular spiral does not excuse another state doing the.
That's because you're seeing this. You're atomizing it. You're seeing this as a collection of individual things. You shouldn't, right? What matters is the overall state of the country. What we care about is a unified system where we're getting rid of partisan gerrymandering. Anything less than that is giving unfair partisan advantage to one state over another for no reason, right? Because there's no principle that you're forced to accept that partisan gerrymandering is unacceptable in every situation. So, for example, I could adhere to a principle where partisan gerrymandering is acceptable to counteract other partisan gerrymandering. There's nothing marrying you to the principle that partisan gerrymandering is always wrong in every instance. And I would argue that not partisan gerrymandering in response to partisan gerrymandering is furthering the potentiality that we'll never get rid of partisan gerrymandering because you're entrenching a group of fucking psychopath Republicans who will never ban partisan gerrymandering, especially when they're receiving no detriment, right? Let's imagine a situation where Republicans are receiving all the benefit for partisan gerrymandering and none of the negatives because the Democrats are always going to do independent redistricting. In that situation, what are the odds that Republicans ever get rid of partisan gerrymandering when they get all the benefit and none of the detriment? You understand what I'm saying?
I do. And at the same time, on the other hand, again, I go back to my previous question: why don't democratically held states outlaw gerrymandering?
They can only do it in their states. They can only do it with respect to their states. So,
but they already hold power.
Holy shit, dude! So, dude, Enrico, just follow me, okay? So,
okay,
Democrats can do, with some limitations actually, in their states what they want to do. Republicans can do in their states what they want to do, depending on the makeup of the legislatures and the governor's office, all that stuff. Totally grant that, okay? You're asking, why do the Democrats not just ban it? That's the whole conversation we're having. I'm saying they should not ban it, because to ban it and to not do it is a unilateral disarmament that confirms that the Republicans will get all the benefits from partisan gerrymandering and none of the costs. And in that situation, our long-term odds of getting rid of this system are very, very low. And in the meantime, we're entrenching a Republican authoritarian majority in Congress when there is no legal reason to do so, when there's no ethical reason to do so. There's just no reason to do it because you've adopted a principle that, in essence, partisan gerrymandering is always wrong. But nothing is committing you to that position. Why would you take such a stupid position? Why would you take the stupid position that partisan gerrymandering is wrong in all circumstances and that you should wipe it out in all circumstances? Why would you accept such a ridiculous notion?
Well, then why would the Democrats propose it to outlaw it to begin with?
Because, okay, so in the individual states, or you mean as a universal policy?
No,
in the individual states?
No, with the federal bills that they have.
Because they hold to a view that in general, if we had everyone playing by the same rules, it would be better off. If we had everyone doing independent redistricting, it would be better off. And there's nothing inconsistent about that. Now, with respect to the individual state provisions, then why did Democrats make these independent commissions? Yeah, they were fucking stupid to do so. They should never have done it. It was a huge fucking mistake for California and New York to be holier than thou and to adopt independent redistricting when the Republicans weren't willing to do so. So, yeah, you've identified a problem. The Democrats should not have done that. They should not have disarmed in advance. And it's screwing us right now because it screwed us out of the House of Representatives this last election cycle. Democrats would have won if they hadn't been stupid with their own states. I'm just telling you the truth. If New York had not done something stupid by adopting independent redistricting when the rest of the country didn't, then we would have held on to the House. But the reason why we lost the House is because the Democrats were stupid. And so we learn. And so you need to learn and not be stupid.
And that's fair. And again, I appreciate you making the comment. So I identified a problem with the question that
the problem was the Democrats were, someone said in the chat, too aspirational and didn't realize that they were shooting themselves in the foot by helping to entrench Republicans who would never have any intention of getting rid of partisan gerrymandering. And basically, they have no obligation. Democrats have no obligation, legally, ethically, or otherwise, to do so. So yeah, you've identified a mistake. And what's great is we now have the opportunity, at least some places, it's hard to undo all the damage, to undo that mistake. For example, when Gavin Newsom proposes undoing their independent commissions, that's a good thing, right? Because it was a mistake to put those in place in the first hand without having a law that applied both to Democratic states and to Republican states. And so I hope you now, having had that all put out in front of you, you would back Gavin Newsom's attempt to even the playing field, at least attempt to, right? On net, probably the Republicans stand more to gain overall by this. Thank you so much for the raid, Kid Not Kin. Very much appreciate the raid. Kid Not Kin, very much appreciate the raid. Everyone shout out Kid Not Kin.
Thank you, Kid.
Thank you, Kid. So I hope now that I've laid it all out, you can agree that it's better for the Democrats not to unilaterally disarm, and in the long-term interest of both the country and this specific fight, to do what they're allowed to do and what they have an ethical obligation to do, which is to fight fire with fire and to gerrymander invent new shapes if you have to, of their various different states.
Well, no.
Why not?
Well, it just me, my personal
You
politics
have a
and everything.
personal
But
political
whatever,
dedication to no partisan gerrymander under any circumstance. What kind of stupid principle is that? Why would you ever have that principle?
well, the thing is, I'm not fire with fire. Find another way to counteract that.
Why?
And
Wait. Do you have a principle that it's always bad to partisan gerrymandering no matter the circumstance? Is that your principle that you hold to?
yeah, well, yeah, because I
Why?
supported the bill that was going through.
No, but that's a national ban. And that would apply to
Yes.
everyone. You should support that. But what we're talking about here are
And
individual state. There's no requirement that you support everything nationally that is done on the state level, right? There's no requirement that that be the case. Why would it necessarily follow that just because you agree with it on a national level, you must agree with it on a state level? Why are you holding to that?
Again, I how did my opposition on that went? We
No.
would
Wait,
go
no.
down.
I want you to explain it. Why would you hold that just because you support a bill on a national level, you would necessarily support a state equivalent of it? There's nothing that marries you to that.
To be fair, I don't.
Okay, if
I
you
don't.
don't, then
However,
don't support something stupid. Why would you want to give the Republicans Congress for the rest of time?
I don't.
Well, then why do you support Gavin Newsom fucking standing down and just letting the Republicans do all their gerrymanderies while we just fucking stand with our dick in our hands?
Don't.
Yes,
I
you
don't
do.
support. No, sir. I don't support any state
Me neither,
gerrymandering.
bro. But it's okay. There's a very great line in The Two Towers. It's a movie called The Two Towers, Lord of the Rings. Open war is upon you, whether you would risk it or not. That's what Aragorn says to King Theoden. King Theoden says, I will not risk open war with Isengard. And Aragorn says, open war is upon you, whether you would risk it or not. We are here, all right? We're in the fucking hole right now. We have our dicks in our hand, and we need to shit or get out the pot, bro. Like, this whole utopia that I wish existed, and I'm right there with you, that we have no partisan gerrymandering, that is just not available right now because there's no will in Congress to get it done. The only way we might get it done is to get the other stakeholders, that is the Republicans, to internalize the cost of some of their actions. But if you're insistent on unilaterally disarming, then Republicans will forever get the benefits of partisan gerrymandering and will never, ever internalize the costs. And that is just not a strategy that is going to, obtain some good outcome. So why would you support it?
Okay. I support the unilateral disarming of gerrymandering.
Why?
Why? Because it's bullshit. It's all illegal. It's not
The
necessary.
Supreme Court said, so when you said it's illegal, let's stop there. The Supreme Court said it's a non-justiciable question. It is a political question. Who are the political branches? One, it's Congress, but also the states is a first instance. The political branches of the states. They said it's a non-justiciable question. So it's just a matter of state law or congressional law. And so it's not illegal to do this, right? To the extent that there's a state law that prohibits it, we can just get rid of that state law.
Okay, and that's fair. And I'm trying to remember. Oh God damn it! When it comes down to gerrymandering, you can't build a coalition under. Help me out, Pisco,
Yeah.
please. I'm stumbling on this one. You can't if you gerrymander, you can't have a coalition for a particular race population. Help me out.
So racial gerrymanders are unconstitutional under the Equal Protection Clause. You can't have racial gerrymander. So that's correct.
Correct.
Okay, and it's also illegal under other federal law.
Yeah,
but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about partisan gerrymander.
And at this moment, right now, that's what we're facing here in Texas.
No, what you're facing is partisan gerrymandering that will almost certainly 100% stand scrutiny in the Supreme Court. There is no shot that a Texas insane gerrymander is going to get struck down in the courts as against the First Amendment, at least from a federal perspective. Perhaps there's some state law, but I doubt it, bro. And to the extent that there's a state provision or state law they're just going to change that law. So, like, I don't know what to say, dude.
That's fair. That's fair.
So I want you to be not just like, I don't want you to be like reluctantly. Maybe I'm changing my mind on this. I want you to be a stalwart advocate. Yes, Gavin Newsom, what he's doing is fucking based, and the reason it's based is because it serves our long-term interest of getting rid of this shit. Our long-term interest is to get rid of this shit, but we're never gonna do that if we just allow the Republicans not to internalize the cost of their actions. You get me? We'll never get rid of this because all we're going to do is entrench these authoritarian Republicans in Congress when there's no legal or ethical reason to do that. There's just not a reason, unless you hold to these absurd principles that it's wrong inherently to partisan gerrymandering under any circumstance, which of course that's a ridiculous principle to hold to. You should of course be okay with partisan gerrymandering if it's done to end partisan gerrymandering across the whole country, right? You might implement something to end it across the whole country. And right now, we don't have many other solutions.
That's fair. I'll give you that. Okay, because ultimately, yes, my stance is it's all bullshit. Like, we should not have this whatsoever.
If you hate partisan gerrymandering, you should be in favor of what Gavin Newsom is doing, because that is the best, the only way that we're going to get rid of these partisan gerrymandering is to have Democrats hold and win elections. Until they do, we will not get rid of partisan gerrymandering. It is an agenda item for Democrats to get rid of partisan gerrymandering. It's not an agenda item of Republicans now, save for like Mike Lawler, and the only reason he's against it is because his own seat is at risk. That's the only reason he's against it. So if you care about partisan gerrymandering, if you care about getting rid of partisan gerrymandering, you need to support Governor Newsom. What he's doing is good. It's correct. It's long past due. To the extent that he doesn't support a 52-0 partisan gerrymandering, he should be criticized. So I don't want you don't have to feel bad at all for supporting Democrats doing this stuff. It is not a a war of our own making. The Republicans chose this war. They chose to go down this route. The Democrats at every stage were fighting in litigation fights, were actually proposing legislation to end this shit. But we're in the fight now, and we can't just give up, because to give up this fight means we're giving up the country. You get that?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
And can I be fair in saying if there were more democratically held states involved in this fight and involved in this whole uproar, would I feel better on that? Yes, absolutely.
But everyone's
if it's not just California throwing out that, and I know
it's not just California. It's New York. It's these other states. And look at what it's doing to their polling and to their approval. Hochul has been mired in a bunch of kind of people being ambivalent about her and being angry at her. I have certainly not supported Hochul in recent months because of her weakness on people, things like Mayor Adams, not supporting Mamdani, that kind of thing. But when she says, yeah, we're going to fight fire with fire, the base loves it. And the reason, and it's not crazy radicals who only love it. By the way, a minute ago, you said that the radicals wouldn't support this kind of shit. That's not true. The radicals do. And the lefties do support partisan gerrymandering. But it's not just the lefties. It's not just the crazies. The rank and file Democrats are so sick and tired of having to stomach the Republican machinations, the Republican double standards here, the Republican, basically their whole line here, that they can do whatever they want without any pushback. And they're loving it. When like Newsom has shot up in the polls because of him standing firm here, and you should follow suit. And it's not a radical position. You can still be a centrist and support this action, because ultimately it will lead to the outcome that you most care about, which is the end of partisan gerrymandering.
So we have New York, California. Who else?
I forget which other Democratic states are considering it. Let me see. I think Illinois might change a couple things. Democratic states considering.
That's where the majority of the Democratic. That's where Pritzker is, and they're bullshitting their way through things, but that's fine. But that's where my point is when it comes down to it. If we didn't just have California, which according to the media, according to Trump, etc., that's the biggest villain on the planet. Apparently.
What who?
California, the state of California, and Gavin Newsom.
What about them?
I'm just saying they are the biggest outliers. They're the biggest Trump villains on the planet when it comes down to it. That's what everybody talks about on things. So that's why I'm saying if we had more than California, and again, just
New York is a
just
villain too. Illinois is a villain. It doesn't matter that they're villains. You can't get into the MAGA mind virus of playing on their
no,
terms. You need to play
no.
strong. Don't play scared.
My point is, if we had more states involved in this conversation other than California, Illinois, New York, which is like the three biggest blue states on the in the country. If we had North Carolina coming in, if we had
North Carolina is controlled by Republicans except for the governor. Okay, so it's not going to happen.
I get it, but that governor is apparently a front runner, a big front runner for
Stein?
Political. Yeah, no,
Roy Cooper, you're talking about?
not Roy Cooper. I'm sorry, not North Carolina. If we had other Democratic governors, like say
Andy Beshear in Kentucky?
yeah, Bashir.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to redistrict. Yeah, Ossoff is a senator and U.S. senator, and Bashir's not going to be able to redistrict. Their legislatures are Republicans. Okay, they're Democratic governors in charge of Republican states.
But again, if we had more Democratic leadership speaking out on this in other states,
they're starting to, and we should encourage it. We should encourage it.
And I'm with you on that one.
Are you now? That's great. I love it. You ever read there's a movie called Ender's Game, and in the movie Ender's Game, they say fear is the mind killer. All right, fear is the mind killer. You cannot run scared. You cannot play to the narratives of MAGA. You gotta grab your dick, put it on your fucking shoulder, and start walking around with some oomph. And that means embracing good policies, which there is ethical sense to support, like reciprocal partisan gerrymandering. There's no reason to be against it if you're a Democrat or if you're an institutionalist. If you're an institutionalist, you should absolutely be in favor of partisan gerrymandering in response to what the Republicans are doing, if you believe in the institutions of the country.
And we can get into a conversation on that on another time. I'm not going to waste your time on that one. But again, I started out this conversation as I had a lot of questions about gerrymandering stuff. You're a legal guy when it comes down to it, and Abbott talking about arresting, the representatives and advocating seats and things like that. Generally, I wanted to know your thoughts on that one. However, the Texas Constitution is not one to allow shit like that to happen. However, the FBI is apparently tracking down people that are left, all over the place on
don't be scared. Yeah, don't be scared.
No, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I respect them and I am all for them, and I will support them.
But if someone said we shouldn't really fight fire by fire, we shouldn't leave the state. It's not procedurally proper for us to leave the state. You'd be like, fuck you guys.
Absolutely. Break quorum, do everything you need to do.
And partisan gerrymander if you're Newsom, right? Say it with me. Let's go Newsom. Ready? Let's go Newsom. Let's go Newsom. I didn't hear you.
Let you have that piece. I can't.
You have to. Wait, don't be a little bitch. Support what he's doing.
Yo. Dare you, sir.
Hey. Listen to me. It's going to be all right. You need to support the governor.
No,
listen. The governor needs your support right now. He needs your support. You need to give it to him. You need to encourage him to be strong, and you need to encourage others to be like. It's no different than breaking quorum. It's the same shit.
So here's the thing: if they do the vote for their and go against their constitution or amend their constitution for gerrymandering, I'm in it. Okay. However,
that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. That's what they want to do.
And that's what they want to do. That's not what they are doing. That's not what they have.
That's what they want to do, is to change, either to do it legally. They don't want to do it illegally. All right. They want to do it legally.
Okay. So I can, again, because I'm going to stand my principles. If they want to do it legally, fine.
All right.
I'm not going to argue against.
Oh yeah, we got it.
I, across the board in all 50 states, cannot condone gerrymandering.
Yeah, I don't either. I want to get rid of it. But the only way to do that is to kick some Republicans out of office and to do what the Supreme Court said was okay for us to do, and to install a new government that would actually bring about an end to partisan gerrymandering, because the Republicans sure as fuck are never going to do it.
So I'm going to leave you with one other
Yes.
question, and I'll let you get back to somebody else or whatever. How do you think we're going to do? What's going to happen on the midterms?
It's going to be tight. I think the Democrats have an advantage, an edge to take the House. I think that the Republicans are favored to take the Senate. If I had to bet, I would say 65% Dems take the House with like a 10, 15 seat majority, and that the Senate remains in Republican hands. That would be my bet. But that would be huge, okay? That would be huge. That's not nothing. That would be huge. Now, I'll add in a sweetener. The more good we do, the more you encourage fighters, and for Gavin Newsom to not be a little cuck and to be stronger, the better we'll do. The better we'll do. And so we need to just be strong, be unified, and honestly, stop with the blackpilling, get to the meat of the issue, which is being strong, being a fighter, and honestly, fighting fire with fire. We need to do it.
Do you think the midterms rely on what's this gerrymandering battle right now?
Yes.
Fair. Easy question, apparently.
Yes. Think about it right now, right? The margin right now is within what we're talking about, difference of 10, 12 seats. I mean, this is would absolutely make or break it.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about this whole thing. If the Democrats fail to come back and give quorum, if this whole gerrymandering shit happened here in Texas, everybody's looking at Texas right now.
The quorum thing is not going to work. Okay? So the quorum thing is a stunt to get us more excited, to bring attention to it. Texas is going to gerrymander. You need to get that through your head, okay? The quorum thing, this is a stunt to make us realize how important of an issue it is. That's what the whole thing is aimed at. But Texas will pass a gerrymander. Bet on it.
They have until September, right?
Listen, I don't know the particulars here. Just bet on it, okay?
So do you think Texas is going to get gerrymandered?
Yes, I will. I do think that, yes.
Okay. Good talk.
Yeah. Hey, thank you so much. And I hope that you've walked away from this conversation a little bit more sympathetic with Gavin and willing to support his effort here.
We're getting there.
All right. Hey, appreciate you.
All right, boss.
Later. Okay, guys, I would prefer if you go to the Stream Disagreements channel, but I see that there's people in the line outside, and so I'm going to do it in the order that I saw them come in. If I'm not perfect about that, sorry. Aiden. How you doing, Aiden? I saw you in the line outside. How you doing?
Yes.
Can I help you?
Yes, I honestly, I just have two quick questions.
Hit me.
One of them is about it's kind of about the classified documents in the immunity case.
Yeah.
Just curious if you think, because the immunity case was a whole load of, to me, obviously, a whole load of bullshit.
Yeah.
People like Ryan, how you say Ryan, like Ryan McCauley,
Ryan Malala, yeah.
Yeah, I think he thinks that the things that basically things have to be. When I was watching on Destiny show the other day, he was basically like, the president needs immunity for things that would, I think, he's clearly be like illegal anyway. If that makes sense, but anyway, my point is, do you think that the classified documents case would have been found to be, what's the word the Supreme Court used, like official conduct? If it went back up even after it got dismissed?
So no, I mean, there's arguably, right, the sending of documents to a particular location while Trump is still in office. I think that would probably be seen by the court as official conduct, right? The sending, because you're not allowed to look at the intent of an individual. I just pulled up the Trump versus United States case before us, that you're not allowed to look into the intent of an individual, someone's criminal intent or purpose or motive, to ascertain whether something is an official power or an official action or core executive authority. And so it wouldn't be enough to say, well, Trump was transporting documents to a particular location, but he was doing so to steal them while he was president. That would not distinguish an official action from an unofficial action, because you're not allowed to look behind the purpose for why Trump presumably was sending documents to a location while he's president and while he has this kind of like unlimited authority to classify, declassify, essentially, right? So if what they were charging him with was mishandling classified information while he was president, I would say they would probably construe that, regardless of his intent or purpose, they would construe that as official action. Probably core, right? Where to place documents that are executive in nature and relate to, like, I presume, executive actions or the things that the government is doing, that seems to be pretty squarely within the president's authority. So it would definitely, I think, be considered official conduct. What they actually charge him with though, is stuff after January 20th, after he left office. And that is willfully retaining national defense information under the Espionage Act. And that willful retention is not just sending a document somewhere else, it's keeping that. But there's a special level of intent there that is required, and that's willfulness. And willfulness requires both knowledge that you're retaining documents and also knowledge that you know what you're doing is illegal. And that conduct all postdates when Trump was president. And because of Trump's obstructive conduct and his knowledge that he didn't have authority to hold those documents during that period of time, I don't think, in fact, that the Supreme Court would have found that to be official conduct. Now, who knows them? I would still probably put like a 20% chance that they'd invent some bullshit rationale or something. So anything where I think it's like a clear legal issue, put a 20% chance that the Supreme Court's going to bring up some garbage bullshit. But because all of the conduct occurred after he was in office, and it relates to willful retention, not willful mishandling, then I think that it would be unofficial conduct. Yeah, it wasn't when he was,
So you think the Supreme Court would have let the case?
I do.
Throw it back down.
Yeah,
or...
I do think ultimately the case would, and perhaps there would be some appetite to like deal with the special counsel issue. There's a separate special counsel issue about whether or not Jack Smith was like properly appointed. That Eileen Cannon had this absurd interpretation that Jack Smith was like not really a government employee, was not really doing some things on behalf of the Department of Justice. I think that's an absurd thing. Clarence Thomas would have supported that argument, but even if they won there, I would just say the Department of Justice should promote another special counsel to take over the case and do a superseding indictment. So,
okay. Another question: do you think anybody on the Supreme Court should be like impeached?
Based on current evidence, no.
Okay. Like, but you guys do want to pack the court, right? Or you guys?
Yeah.
I heard you guys talking about.
And that'd be easier to do anyway.
Okay. Like, who's your favorite justice
currently?
I'd
probably say Elena Kagan.
Kagan, okay.
Yeah.
I particularly don't like. I'd say I don't like Alito or Thomas. Sometimes, honestly, I don't like Sotomayor either, because I feel like she screams a lot. Sometimes I feel like Kagan's more stored and measured.
Sorry. Did you ask me who my favorite is or least favorite?
No, actually, your favorite is.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying I don't like Alito or Thomas. I said sometimes I don't like Sotomayor either.
Yeah,
but
I would say Alito is my least favorite judge, followed by, if I'm just doing personal dislike, it would probably be Alito, Gorsuch.
You don't like Gorsuch?
Actually, so sorry. Alito, Roberts is my second least favorite.
You don't like Roberts?
No, I don't.
Really?
Yeah, no, I don't like Roberts. And this is about personal dislike. And I think that Roberts, in many ways, because he's more of a disappointment to me, because I feel like he is trying to play these political games. I do think that they're, strictly speaking, political games. I highly dislike Chief Justice Roberts personally. Now, of the justices, putting aside personal dislike of like which of the judges that I would most want to keep, that would be a very different array of actors. But personally, I like Clarence Thomas more than I like Chief Justice Roberts, and that has to do with my disappointment with Chief Justice Roberts and what he has done to the court given his responsibilities. So it doesn't have to do with like anything beyond that. It's just disappointment.
I just feel like, do you feel like sometimes Alito like plays dumb? Like
No,
when they had
I think Alito's very
the case,
smart.
Because I felt like it was weird for him to complain, or when the plane was about to get the administration about to put people on planes to get deported overnight, and the Supreme Court had to put like an emergency stop order, and Alito was mad about it, right?
Oh yeah, so in that case, I think Alito is playing games, and he knows he's playing games. So I think I view it as much more intentional. So there are a bunch of reasons why So Alito basically was like, we shouldn't take this case because all these kind of procedural rules that they didn't have jurisdiction to take it. But there's a great article by Steve Vladek that goes through why Alito is just categorically wrong on all these measures. But I view that as gamesmanship, and I kind of view Alito as a culpable actor there. I don't actually think he's stupid. I think
so you don't
smart.
think you think like he's doing that on purpose? Cause
Yeah,
he
I think
confused me when I was like,
I think he's a partisan hack, but he's a smart partisan hack. Yeah.
okay, because I was like, he confused me because didn't the entire court were like, yeah, we wouldn't do this normally, but like the administration basically forced our hands. So the ones who were gonna do, so we didn't do this then.
Yeah, basically. So Alito was playing fast and loose with the math on the amount of time. This was before the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, if I recall correctly, and the extent to which the district court was giving time for briefing and playing fast and loose, I think, with the record as well, and some of these doctrines and the exceptions that exist for these doctrines, and other instances in which the court has acted with dispatch in response to when, it's Trump on the other side of the V and he wants expedited hearing and expedited stuff. So yeah, I do think that Alito, he was well aware of what he was doing there, and he was signaling once more his what I think is political hackery.
Okay. Can I switch topics a little bit and go back to that? I heard you were having the previous conversation with the guy. You're talking about gerrymandering and like this whole conversation about like norm breaking. And on one hand, I understand where he's coming from, but I agree with you that there's no point in playing by certain rules if all you're going to do is get shot in the foot for playing by like said rules. So do you think there's going to be a point where like we can go back to like some type of like normalcy? Because that's where I feel like I'm sympathetic to him, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to wanting to get back there. I'm just like, there's I hate to bring up two Lord of the Rings things in one sitting here, but as I understand, the scouring of the Shire is a very important part of that book that's omitted from the movies. And the whole notion is the war changes the hobbits, changes the country, and there's no home to go back to. And it's futile, right? Like, we can't go back to the pre-Trump era in many respects. And even if we wish it to be otherwise, like, MAGA is not going to go away just because we want it to. They're not going to turn back into the George Bushes of the world, or as though we would want them to, right? Like, I don't know what flavor Republican. I suppose that the neocons I would agree, are preferable to what we have now, and I would fight anyone who says otherwise. But no, I don't think that we're going to go back to like a pre-pandemic, pre-Trump normalcy. It'll be a new normalcy. I am trying to. There are some lines that I won't cross, and I think I've been very clear about those lines. Like, if I view some action as fundamentally illegal, I will almost certainly be opposed to it, especially if it's the government doing it. I'll be more lenient to kind of civil disobedience by the people, but certainly of the executive branch government doing something illegal, that's almost certainly a line that I'm going to try to resist. Anything I take to be corrupt, I'm going to resist that as well. So everyone should have some firm lines that we should, I continue to think that, the Department of Justice should not be wielded politically, even though Trump is doing so right now. So I wouldn't fight fire with fire with respect to the politicization of the Department of Justice. So that's one thing where people might call me a cuck for, if I were to go back in office, I would appoint maybe a more energetic prosecutor, attorney general than Merrick Garland, but I wouldn't go crazy. I wouldn't just pick some crazy Democratic stooge to go on there, and I wouldn't support presidential control over prosecutions. I wouldn't support the president calling for prosecutions. So everyone has their lines in terms of tit for tat, but I just think when the Supreme Court has opened up partisan gerrymandering as a political question. So we have the Supreme Court having addressed the issue specifically. And when you have the Republicans openly doing it, and the Democrats clearly doing something reciprocal, in this instance, I don't think that there's anything that is like crossing the threshold here where I wouldn't do tit for tat. And if anything, if you're looking for normalcy, what you should be trying to do is just defeat Republicans as convincingly as possible so that we can do some like genuine reforms, and make it so that we have a system that doesn't quite empower the crazies all the time, which I do think that our current primary system and redistricting system does benefit disproportionately like the crazies of the party.
Okay. My thing is, I don't feel like there's a point in putting the gun down once it's been pointed at you already, though. So, like, that's why it's, like, kind of scary to me, because, like, I believe in, like, the system to an extent, like, the Constitution. I feel like all that stuff is helped this country be what it is, and it's kind of, like, sad to me to, like, watch the president just be like, man, I can violate the court. Who's gonna care? Like, it's not to the court.
Yeah, it's sad. I wouldn't
tell me what to
countenance
do.
that. I wouldn't support that. And so there are lines I won't cross, which is like, if the Supreme Court said all black people must be made slaves again, okay. Yeah, I mean, you can find something that I would say, okay, disagree with the Supreme Court. We need to disobey the Supreme Court. Everyone has their line, right? If the Supreme Court said, go ahead and like put Jews into internment camps, I would be there saying, don't listen to the Supreme Court. Everyone has their line of, but it needs to reach some sort of like crazy high threshold for me to basically say it's okay to sacrifice the judiciary and it being heated, and to basically just throw it out for the sake of whatever outcome here. So it's going to be a very high threshold. It does make me sad too. It just ultimately that's where we're at, not because of our actions, because of the Republicans, in my opinion.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, what's the point? Like, say whoever the next president is, it could be like somebody's like maybe left, maybe moderate. What's the point in them not trying the same things that Donald Trump has basically gone through and tried? If he only gets rewarded for it, what's the point in not doing it? Like on the other side, you know. So.
Yeah, I just want to just. I hear what you're saying. I just want to address the comment real quick that said immigrants A-OK, Jews no. What the hell standards that? So first of all, the Supreme Court ruled with respect to people who are here illegally that they do get due process rights, and you can't just ship them off without some sort of basis. And so the Supreme Court ruled in our favor in that instance. And so happily, I don't have to disagree with the Supreme Court on that basic notion of procedural due process, because the Supreme Court agreed with me. And to the extent that the Supreme Court is making any kind of edict, it's saying you can't do something. It's not saying you must do something. So the example I'm using is the forced internment of, again, another confounding factor, Jews on the basis of their ethnic or religious origin, which is not present in the immigrant example, where there is potentially a legal basis to detain people who are here without status in the country. And so on every level, this kind of snarky remark by Headless Chicken is on all four, like it's not on all fours with what's actually happening. I obviously was against the administration and their warrantless, without due process renditions of people here without status. And I'm glad the Supreme Court agreed with me on that notion. That's what I've been arguing in all these different places. But even if I were like on the other side of that issue and being okay with that, there'd be many ways to distinguish that and like illegal internment based on like religious view and ethnicity within the country and forced, right, mandated by the Supreme Court. That's very different than what we're talking about. So yeah. Anyway, you were basically saying, repeat the last thing you said, so I remember it again. My bad.
I was basically saying like, what's the point? Like, okay, say, I don't know, the example I hear used on is like President AOC. Like, President AOC comes in and is like, I think Brad Palumbo say this, like, she says that everybody supports Israel is like a terrorist, like, supporter is like against the foreign policy of the nation and starts rounding him up and blah, blah, blah. It's like, that to me would be bad, obviously, and it's like, that would suck. But my point is, what's the point in not playing by that game?
Well, one is I think AOC wouldn't do that because I think AOC is a much better person than Donald Trump.
I'm just saying, like, theoretically,
right.
Like, what's the point in that?
You're basically assuming the Democratic Party and AOC herself would be apt to do that and support her. I think the Democratic Party...
No. I'm saying, like, just generally, like, as a rule, like, what's the point in not playing by the games? Like, if you gain something from doing like a bad thing, you keep getting rewarded for it, basically what Donald Trump has done, then why would the party switch or why would officers switch? And you're going to do the same things, right? I'm just
So I think there are many more lines that I wouldn't cross for the administration is doing. Like, I wouldn't support subverting the Constitution by like trying to take away the appropriation power of Congress or by not listening to courts. And those are all because like the thing I'm trying to preserve is the Constitution. And so I'm not going to destroy the Constitution to protect it. So if the whole basis of me being against Trump is because he's subverting the thing and not listening to the thing and not being faithful to the thing, I can't not be faithful to the thing as a way to protect the thing, right? So like I'm going to require and I'm going to push that we not subvert the Constitution. That is a bare minimum threshold for anyone. And so I don't think that we should do everything that Trump is doing to the extent that Trump is subverting the Constitution. But to the extent that he's not subverting the Constitution, or the Republicans are not, for example, by doing partisan gerrymandering, at least in a way that is viewed to be a political question by the Supreme Court, I'm not going to view that as crossing some threshold of subverting the Constitution. The Supreme Court dealt with that issue and ruled on it in Rucho versus Common Cause. And so I'm okay with us fighting fire with fire to the extent that the norm has, there's just a little special asterisk here, which is there are some norms that I think are integral to a free society that aren't strictly speaking constitutional requirements. So that would be like the independence of the Justice Department. So there are some few norms that I would still preserve, notwithstanding, that aren't constitutional subversions, I would say, that I would still support, even though Trump has transgressed them. But by and large, I'm in favor of much more fighting, much more fire, save for subverting the Constitution, doing illegal things, or touching one of the more like prized norms that are like the few important norms to try to rebuild even after they've been subverted.
Okay. So you have anybody that, like, you were talking about Gavin Newsom. Do you think that he's next, or like who's next on the Democratic side?
I think that Gavin could be a contender. I think AOC is a contender for the presidency. I think Gavin is a contender for the presidency. I think Walz is a contender. I think Shapiro is a contender. I would be happy with them so long as they're fighting against Trump. One thing I will say, the fact that Shapiro comes out and fucking shits on Mamdani is really a bad sign for me, because it's time for the Democrats to come behind Mamdani in the New York mayoral election. They need to endorse the Democratic candidate. They can't demand vote blue no matter who and not apply that principle in the context of a New York mayoral for someone who is very clearly trying to at least make inroads. He's not an anti-Semite, in my opinion, and who basically represents a lot of energy and had an amazing campaign. I think that what the Democrats are doing in trying to have this kind of cute, like, oh, I don't know, this Mamdani guy, he did win, but not endorsing, I think that is a sign of weakness. Anyone who takes that kind of tact, I don't know if Gavin took that tact, but anyone who takes that tact, I think, is suspect. And right now, who I would vote for in a primary is Alexander Ocasio-Cortez or Tim Walz. Those would be my top picks if I had to pick right now.
To be fair to Shapiro, he's governor of Pennsylvania. I guess he might be hard for him, like, tactically speaking, to come out in full, like,
be critiqued, right? Like, all right, if you're not going to endorse, you should endorse, by the way, you should endorse. But if you're not going to endorse, you should not criticize. You should not come out and like shit on him. Anyone who would support Cuomo or would support Adams in this context, I think, has lost all credibility. Booker is in the same camp. The fact that he is obviously lying, he's like, I don't get involved in New York mayorals. Fucking liar. So that's weakness, and that makes me suspect him, and that makes me say maybe we should primary him. It does. I'm going to be honest.
Okay. Well, moving back a little bit, how do you think the Supreme Court's going to rule on like the appropriation, like Congress clause, like getting rid of the Department of Education, getting rid of like what they CFPB, stuff like that, right?
Yeah. So there's some issues here, like the administration's been very devious about how they're quote unquote getting rid of the Department of Education. They're basically like firing a bunch of people. You can see how the Supreme Court is dealing with that. They don't really seem to want to touch the president's removal authority. If anything, they're getting rid of storied precedent that maintains that you're allowed, it's called Humphrey's executor, that you're allowed to have limits on removal authority in certain contexts, except for the Federal Reserve, that they're like, okay, you can protect them. And so to the extent that the administration is gutting agencies by firing people, I think that the Supreme Court is very unlikely to touch that and to give, a win to these people. if to the extent that they're trying to undermine these agencies by defunding them, I think that that's much more likely the Supreme Court is going to rule on the side of the agencies that are being defunded or the benefactors of whatever funds the agencies are supposed to be like providing or the services they're supposed to be providing. I think they're much more likely to uphold that as a congressional authority. But the thing is, like, anything that relates to the personnel in charge of these agencies, they're not going to likely to touch. And so Trump's control over major parts of the bureaucracy is going to be pretty sweeping, because as long as he has this kind of personnel leverage, he's going to have a great deal of influence, and he's going to make a lot of, like, to what extent are they enforcing antitrust? To what extent are they enforcing anti-corruption measures or enforcing regulations against crypto scams and shit like that? Who knows? Like, it's open season right now, and that's just on like the base enforcement authorities of the executive branch. So I think the Supreme Court is going to pick its battles to the extent that they're going to step in at all, and it will tend to be on things like disclosures and things like actual appropriations, but not so much on personnel and operations.
Okay. Sorry if my mind sounds kind of jumbled. I am kind of tired, but
you're good.
I know you're on the East Coast too, right? But one last question I have is: have you ever heard of like the audit people? Like the people that audit
what?
Like the police.
Audit the police people. Yeah, go for it.
Do you feel like okay, let's just say in theory, I don't know on the whole how much or how common this is for like maybe a cop to violate some type of like constant violate like your civil rights in some type of way. But do you think immunity, separating the Trump case, do you think immunity is a little too strong for public officials? Or
hell yeah, I don't think there should be any criminal immunity for public officials at all. I don't think that we need any kind of criminal immunity. I think that some kind of civil immunity makes sense as either a common law or statutory matter. So I think that giving prosecutors immunity from civil liability for their actions, I think the president having some civil immunity, again, not as a constitutional matter, but as a common law or statutory matter, I think that makes sense from civil immunity. But I don't understand why it would make sense to have criminal immunity. And it's not the case. Cops don't have criminal immunity. They have qualified.
I didn't mean like. Do you think that even like civil immunity is too strong, or like what are they? Okay, the cops would have something specific, right? That
they have qualified immunity for civil damages cases. Right? Yeah, I think they go too strong with it. Yeah, I do. I think that we should be a lot more. There are a lot more abuses from cops that we're made to stomach because we don't allow cops to be subject to their kind of abuses. So I think that there should be a lowering of the threshold here for qualified immunity. It's a quite strong doctrine that protects cops a lot. So I do think that it's a little bit too strong. It's not, but like my biggest problem is criminal immunity, and that I want to limit as much as possible and get rid of. Actually, I want to get rid of criminal immunity for the president, and I don't think that there should be really any criminal immunity for public officials. I don't think that makes sense.
Okay, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Talking to me. Is it you live on the East Coast, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you live in. I think you said you live in New York. So
yeah.
That's late for you to have a good night. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I appreciate
man.
this.
Hey, great questions, bro. Really appreciate the questions.
Have a good night.
Later, man. All right, we'll get these. Will be the last three people that we'll bring in. The people who are in, so don't join. What up, Headless Chicken? You are our third to last caller. How you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. What can I do for you?
Excellent, sir. I was asking you earlier. I was telling you I'm a Southern Democrat, right?
Hell yeah.
And I vote blue no matter who. I have since Al Gore, right?
Yep.
My question is, what in the world makes you think folk like me are gonna vote for socialist?
Yeah, I think that it depends what you mean by socialist.
Imagine me like a Manson type figure.
Mm-hmm. So
how are you going to get me, somebody like me, who has studied history, to vote for socialist?
So the first thing I'll say, go for it.
Sorry, go. What I'm getting at really is I actually think that our goals are pretty much the same. I think we just want the best for everybody, right?
Yeah.
But the policies that y'all are advancing about like rent control and what you're wanting to do with housing and all that kind of stuff. I mean, are y'all planning on taking people's houses from them in order to redistribute them?
Yeah, so I want to address everything you said. The first thing I'll say is I'm not a socialist. I'll make that clear to you. Hope that you are aware of that. Next is I don't support rent control. I don't think it's a smart policy. And so when Mamdani says he's in favor of rent control or rent freeze for rent control departments, I don't really support any of that stuff. I support building homes. That's what Kamala Harris was in favor of. And Mamdani is also in favor of building homes. I think that's really smart policy that we need. And we need more government involvement, public funding of building projects that can be done smarter, faster, better, all that stuff. You ask me, like, why would you vote for a socialist? Depends what you mean. Why would I ask for you to vote for a socialist? I guess it would depend. If what you mean by socialist is a kind of like red commie from like a Marxist-Leninist
I'm talking
type.
about collective organization of ownership of the means of production.
So like a Bernie Sanders type, would you vote for a Bernie?
I actually voted for him in the primary in 2016.
Sick.
I fell for the guy.
So you would
I
vote
thought
for a
he
socialist?
was great. Hold on. I would have back then. I would have in 2016. But I've seen the effect that he has had on the younger generation of Americans, and I truly believe from the bottom of my heart that it's him that has led to this break in the Democratic Party that allowed Trump to rise.
I don't agree with that, and I'll give you a couple of reasons. I think Bernie has been a great influence he's been good and bad. I'll give you that, right? There's some bad influence from Bernie. It mostly has to do, I think, with some of the online commentary, not so much in terms of like the Democratic policies, but I do think that there's some toxicity that the Bernie movement has produced that we're still living with the ramifications of. So I'll grant you that, all right? We have some common ground on that. But I think he's been a positive influence on Democratic.
I think he dragged the party to the left a bit, which was absolutely necessary. I think they got a little too involved in corporate donors and whatnot, right? I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, so I think that one great influence that Sanders has had on the party is he's pushed the party to the left on healthcare. I think that that's helpful.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, into protecting things like Medicare and Medicaid and expanding it, extending it. I think that that's wonderful for him to do that. I think that he has pushed the party into being more pro-labor, and that had its influence felt in the Biden administration. Like the Biden administration,
I don't disagree with any of that.
So,
That's all great. I'm concerned more with the practical effect that he's had on the Democratic Party as a whole.
yeah, and so I
With
don't.
all these divisions that we've got now, it's absurd.
I think
It's
that
absurd.
Biden.
You got these silly little kids out here saying, "Oh no, I can't vote for the Democrat if he don't give me everything I want." I mean,
you say these
it's
still little kids.
silly.
I want to say you say these still little kids, but you're blaming Bernie for the rise of Trump. I blame Biden for the re-rise of Trump in many ways, and the reason I do is because I think his
For
hubris.
the re-rise.
Yeah, for the re-rise.
Man,
I'll say.
I take a longer view of history than that. I'm going back all the way to 2015, 2016. Trump's been around for a while now.
Well, it wasn't so. Again, in that situation, I believe, as some pollsters do, like we just brought on Laksha to Live and Learn a few weeks ago. I think that Bernie would have won that election. I think Hillary cost, in many ways, the election in 2016. I think that was a winnable election.
Oh, that was Comey. Come on now. If he hadn't
It's
dropped
both.
that shit right before the
I
election.
think it's both. But like, I think if Bernie were the nominee, there would be nothing for Comey to drop. If Bernie were the nominee, all it took was a couple extra points in the 3 Rust Belt states that I think Bernie would have shored up. And so, yeah, like you can say what you want about the left in their responsibility and role for electoral outcomes, but in terms of electoral outcomes, we've ran more centrist Democrats in 2016, in 2020, and in 2024. And you know, Biden won in 2020, and I supported Biden, and I voted for Biden and all that stuff. I voted for Bernie in the primary, and so there's a track record there of success in 2020, and you know, I think that's all good, right? But in 2018, one of the largest swings for the Democratic Party happened in like this large resistance to Trump, which was very, pushed by a lot of this post Bernie energy. And really, I think that the centrists fucked us over in 2016. And I think Biden loved the guy in many ways, fucked us over in 2024 by not dropping out earlier.
What? How did Democrats fuck you over in 2016?
No. So I think Hillary Clinton did not run a good campaign in 2016. And she did not do a good job, even though I would have much preferred her to be the I would
over Bernie?
Yeah. Well, no, over Trump. I would cut off my
right.
Well,
yeah,
right,
obviously.
I would cut off my right arm if I could go back in time and install Hillary Clinton as the president in 2017 over Donald Trump. I mean, I really, really wanted Hillary Clinton to win over Trump in 2016. So definitely, don't consider me a socialist or whatever, but you can't just trust the competency of these old-timey centrist Democrats because they fucked up a lot. Biden fucked up by choosing to run again.
They're holding on to power too hard.
Hillary, they hold on to power too long. Hillary fucked up. Ruth Bader Ginsburg held on too long. Dianne Feinstein held on too long.
Yes, she did.
So I think
RBG wanted to hold on until she could see the first female president. I think that's what all that was about.
Maybe, but the youth of this movement are sick of it, and I understand where they're coming from. I totally understand.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too, but running around calling themselves socialists turns off Southern Democrats. Y'all don't understand how just repulsive folk out here feel about that.
So I don't like,
because if you take at least I'm speaking for myself, to take a historical view of what socialist governments look like in the past. I think of what Lenin did, what Stalin did, etc.
Well, listen, I wouldn't use the label.
Fucking Hitler called himself a national socialist.
Okay,
man.
but you understand, right?
And that's how we see things.
All right, so I understand your perspective on these other socialist countries. I agree. I don't call myself a socialist. I don't think it's particularly wise to use the socialist label, but you're a smart guy. You don't actually think that Bernie or AOC or one of these people is, a socialist in the way that some of these other countries, Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, Stalin.
Then why strap on that label if it looks bad? You got to market yourself to win.
Okay, but
it's all about the elections, man.
So
you're talking about.
I'm gonna ask you the question: If you were, as a Southern Democrat, tomorrow there was an election between Donald Trump, or let's call him, let's change it up, J.D. Vance versus AOC, who are you voting for?
AOC.
Yeah, so it's not really dissuading you.
I'm gonna vote blue no matter who Democrat.
Yeah, so it's not dissuading you.
I'm personally gonna vote for him, but I ain't concerned about me.
Okay.
I'm concerned about other Southern Democrats that just won't tolerate this shit.
Yeah, and I think that the more we the Democrats internally have struggle sessions about the label, as opposed to just letting them do whatever they want to do and letting the chips fall where they may. There's a lot of fucked up rhetoric that MAGA has embraced, or that MAGA has abided, or that Trump has embraced, or Trump has abided, and I think people overestimate the degree to which that matters in these different dynamics. And I think the worst thing we could do is get hung up. If we're not going to convince Bernie Sanders or AOC to change their label, if they did, it would be a source of ridicule for years and years and years. Same thing with Mamdani. They'd be like, why did you change your label? Why are you not calling yourself a socialist anymore? So I think the best thing that we could do as a party is just say, who the fuck cares? This is stupid.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Do you believe in the Constitution?
Sure do.
Does that not make you definitionally a liberal if you follow the Constitution?
I don't know. It depends what you mean by liberal. I would say liberal, classically liberal. I would say, yeah, it probably would commit you to some version of classical liberalism.
I'm right there with you. So why reject the label of liberal? What is wrong with being a liberal Democrat?
I think that
I'm a liberal Democrat. I'm a Southern
a lot of these people don't.
Democrat.
A lot of these people don't see a contradiction between the term socialist and the term liberal.
Well, that's exactly the point. We've gotten all of our shit mixed up because people don't know the definitions of the words they're using. I know you do, but there's a lot of folk that don't.
Yeah, but I can't
A whole
help
lot
that,
of
right?
folk
Like,
that don't.
I can't help that. I can't change that people are using socialist, the term, in a way that it doesn't adhere to like your version of what socialism is or whatever version is like the real version. Like, I just see people use a term, and I need to just track how they're talking and what
You
they
got to
actually
try to
think.
suss out what they mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. I know what you mean, but again, their definitions are so wild that you can't really interact with it because everybody's got a different definition for their bullshit.
Yeah, when you say it's wild, I mean, like, I don't think that it's what you mean by wild is like it's a stupid definition or something, or like it's a, I don't know what you mean. Like,
Sometimes,
yeah,
sometimes it's a stupid definition.
maybe you have a normative view for like what words should mean. Like it.
I
so
do.
like,
I refer to the dictionary. I try to use all my words.
right, but the
like they're
dictionary is
using
just the dictionary is just tracking how people use the word, right? So the dictionary is going. If you look into the dictionary,
Dude, go ahead. Go ahead.
if you look up like the dictionary definition of socialism, you're going to get a bunch of different things. And one thing that you might get is the kind of socialist tradition that so I don't know if you were privy to some of the discussions that me and Akano Boy and others were talking about. Like, you might find that someplace in the dictionary, or at least it's the bare minimum. It's part of common usage now. And so I'm not going to get all hung up on these different labels. If I understand that
You're not. I'm not. You folk like you and I, we understand this shit. I'm not concerned about people like
well, tactically,
you and me.
I think it's a mistake.
I'm concerned about
tactically, I think it's a
other people
mistake
down here
tactically,
that can't think through that shit.
Tactically, I think it's a mistake. I would agree with you that I don't think that it makes much sense to label yourself to that and bring up all these different questions. Tactically, I think it's a mistake. But like, so what? What is my prescription after that? I won't call myself a socialist. I can't control what everyone else does. But I'm not going to not support someone who calls himself a socialist if I understand what they mean by it, and if what they mean by it is something that's not reprehensive to my normative notions. So like, I agree with you. I probably wouldn't use the term socialist to describe myself. I wouldn't, advocate that people use the term socialist to describe themselves. But also, like, I can't change that. I can't change how people use the word. And I think the worst thing we could do is like soy out about it.
All right, fair enough. I think we got some common ground there.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're all right there. It scares folk out here, right?
I
y'all may laugh about that, but folk out here take it serious. No, it ain't no joke out here.
No, I hear
we're
you.
afraid. I say we're because I'm representing what a general Southern Democrat thinks. We're afraid y'all are gonna come try to take our shit. We got like 3 acres, and we got like animals running around and shit. And y'all are talking about seizing the means of production. Well, what are you gonna seize next? It's crazy. It's crazy for us out here, and we're armed. We love the Second Amendment out here. So what are y'all gonna do? That's the logic out here.
I get you.
But I had another question for you.
It hit me.
All right. So the other thing is I watch quite a bit of leftist content, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm noticing a lot of people saying we can't do this electorally. We can't do this electorally. But they won't say what they want to do, right? Because we all know what they want to do.
What?
They won't say it, and the thing that pisses me off is that they're not out there doing it. They're trying to get folk out here to do it for them, and I find that to be a bunch of bullshit.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
You don't know what I'm talking about? The people who don't think we can change things electorally.
Yeah, I don't.
So if we can't do things electorally, what other options do we got?
Yeah, I don't support that. I think the people who do that.
Okay,
don't
you
that.
don't.
Okay,
What do you want
me to do about it? Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem.
Yeah, it is a major problem, and I don't think y'all understand just how much regular centrist Democrats feel about that shit. We ain't gonna vote for it. We ain't gonna vote for it.
Well, thankfully, I think none of the Democratic options are like those. Like, I don't think that there's a Democratic option that is committed to anti-electoralism. I think most Democratic nominees are committed to electoralism because they're engaging in it, and they
should be.
Yeah.
They should be. Democrats should be concerned with electoralism.
Yeah, well, thankfully, I don't think we have any kind of authoritarian Democrats who are on offer.
We don't, and we shouldn't. And I would never vote for an authoritarian Democrat. I wouldn't do it.
Sick. Me neither.
So what do we do about this problem with all these other leftist creators?
I don't know. I don't know what you want me to do about it. What do you want me to do about it? I can't do anything about it. They are allowed to speak. They're allowed to say what they want. I'm going to try to use them to my own ends, perhaps. Like if they invite me on their shows and they're popular, I'm going to be like, hey, this is why you should vote this way. This is why you should think this. But I don't know what I can do about it. I can't do anything about it.
You can talk to these people, especially since
I can
now
try
you got a
talking to them.
platform.
Yeah, I can try to talk to them, and I will try to convince them. I'll do my best.
Thank you. That's really all I'm asking.
Okay.
Because some of y'all are real fucking scared of folk out here.
Scared of what?
Scared of what it means when y'all say electoralism ain't gonna work.
I never say that.
I didn't say you.
Oh, you're saying
specifically
y'all.
said. I specifically said.
I thought you said y'all. I think you said y'all.
Creators.
But you said y'all, right? You said y'all. Did you say y'all?
Well,
did you say
it's
y'all?
a colloquial y'all. Come on now, it's a
Okay.
colloquial y'all.
Well, when you say y'all,
if you want to accept yourself in that y'all, that's your decision. I obviously don't mean you, and I think you're smart enough to
I didn't understand
that.
it. I didn't understand it. So I understand that you're now using the kind of broader meaning of y'all, which excludes me. But I appreciate you making that correction.
I'm using it like a southern y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all being leftist creators.
Okay, so it does include.
I don't mean you
specifically.
specifically. I mean leftist creators.
Okay. Hey man, thank you so much.
Not the southern y'all, chatters. The southern y'all, not the royal y'all. I don't know what the hell a royal y'all is.
Hey man, thanks a lot for everything. Appreciate you.
Thank you for your work, Pisco.
Thank
I hope you have a great evening, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for your work.
You too. I honestly can't tell sometimes. All right, last two people. Yo, what up, what up, what up? This is Me Hatch. Testing doesn't 1 2 3. Doesn't 1 3. Hello, hello, hello. 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 Maybe you're asleep. Going once. Going twice. And disconnected. All right, last one. Sasha. Yo, what up, Sasha?
Hello?
How you
Hello,
doing?
can you
Yeah.
hear me? Hey, I have one kind of big issue and one small issue.
You hit me.
And I was like, I have to mute the stream. Okay, I have my one issue, my big issue is that when I started watching your stream, I appreciated your like process for going through legal questions.
Mm-hmm.
I think I started watching during the early Mahmoud Khalil
The
or
arc.
Gabriel Garcia. I don't remember which one was first,
Yeah.
but it was one. Because you went through the legal documents, you looked up definitions, and then when somebody asked you a legal question you didn't know about, because I remember somebody asked about the judge that got arrested.
Oh, Dugan,
You,
yeah.
you said I can't talk about that, because I haven't looked into it, and I want to not only read the indictment, I want to read case law as well.
Yeah, in the briefing, yeah.
Yeah, and I noticed when you talk about political issues, that's not the case. So my big example was the CR and Schumer voting for the CR,
Mm-hmm.
because if you kind of look at polling and like the history of government shutdowns, it's one of the worst things you can do for your polling. Now, at the time, we didn't know that Democrats were going to be as unpopular as like they have become, but we did kind of know that everything Trump was doing was like insanely unpopular. And so I think like strategically, if you just go back to the past and look at what was happening whenever there was a government shutdown in the past, it should have seemed really risky to vote for the CR.
Risky for whom?
Risky for the Democrats, for the Democratic Party.
Why does that?
Polling.
Yeah. So can you explain that to me? Because I noticed that you were like, shutting down the government is bad for someone, right? And
Yeah. So in the past, there was this clip from a long time ago, or from I think it was during the Biden administration, where Trump was encouraging senators not to vote for the CR to close the government, and the American people start to hate whoever they perceive to be an obstacle to keep the government open. But the problem is you don't know who the American people are going to perceive to be the obstacle. And so it might look really bad for Democrats, or it might look really bad for Republicans, but you don't know. And nobody can control that. Like every time there's a government shutdown, if it's like random. It's just who people perceive to be.
I don't think you have evidence for that. So on the one hand, you don't have any evidence because Biden didn't have a government shutdown on his watch.
No, but it got who was it? Mitch McConnell. I can find this. McConnell.
The Democrats held the Senate throughout the entirety of Biden's administration.
Not for the last 2 years, no.
Yes, you're talking about the House.
But there was the wait 1 second. I mean, I can show you the Mitch McConnell clip. I can maybe find polling if you.
No, I'm familiar with the polling. So in the situation of the longest government shutdown ever under Trump, Trump was blamed for it. And
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But that's why there's a 538. You know the 538 Politics podcast?
Yes. Well, yeah, it's defunct now. The 538 is done.
Yeah, former podcast. They went over. This was 10 months ago. Can I link in the? Oh, I can't link in the chat, in the like voice chat. I don't know how to.
Voice chat text.
Can I get in general?
You can put in general.
Oh,
I'll take a look at general. Yeah, put in general.
And this is just a clip of McConnell talking about it, because this was right before the election, and the Republicans were threatening, and Trump was actively encouraging a government shutdown, and there was a lot of polling. There's 538 episode when they're on like a brink of a shutdown or during a shutdown, and it just is kind of like it was bad for the Republicans here.
This is one guy saying it would be politically stupid to have a government shutdown. Why would it be politically stupid to have a government shutdown? Because Trump would be responsible for it, and the Republicans would get blamed for it, right?
Republicans would get blamed for it unless Democrats get blamed for it. Like what? Like there's no reason to think that Republicans would definitely get blamed for it if all on TV you see the Democrats refuse to vote to keep the government open.
At a bare minimum, you can't say my position is stupid. Therefore, right? You have to say I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent to shutting down.
I would say.
Wait, since it's random, since it's your, I don't think it's random. But if your position is it's random, who benefits, who doesn't, wouldn't you be indifferent?
I'm saying it's not random who the American people are going to dislike,
okay,
but
so
it's random, or it's not random.
Is it random or not? I thought you said it was random who they blame. And if it's random, presumably you can't say that my position is stupid.
I'm saying
you're indifferent.
It's not that it's not that controllable, because you don't know. Like if I told you right now that in 6 months there's going to be a political issue, and that there's going to be Democrats on one side and Republicans on another side, who do you think is going to win that messaging? You can't know.
So why not? Why do anything? I mean, like then what you're saying is like then why would
no.
If you're saying you can't know and you can't predict it, it might as well be random, regardless of whether it's truly random. You're saying you can't predict it, and so in which case, why can you say that what I said was stupid if what you're saying is you can't predict it? And the right argument would be you're indifferent as between the two options, right?
No, because passing the CR invites a bit of criticism to the Democrats, but they risk a lot less.
You can't predict it. If you can't predict it, then why would you make that assessment or assumption?
Presumably, I can't predict what happens if it passes CR.
So if what you're saying is it's opaque, it's unknowable who will benefit, and so then why would you say what?
No. I'm not saying it's
stupid.
Well, wait. I'm sorry. if I have two options in front of me, one is a lot of risk, and the other one is less risk.
Why is it
It's
less
not
risk?
like
Why is it
what
less
was that?
risk? Why is it less risky?
Why is it less risk to let the CR pass?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we agree that there's any risk to the CR not passing?
I think that I have no reason to think that letting the CR pass versus not letting the CR pass, that either one of those
do you think
outcomes.
there's...
Wait, sorry, I'm finishing. So I have no reason to think that that one is meaningfully more risk than the other.
Okay, what is the risk of letting the PR pass for the Democrats?
I think the risk is you're potentially, if there's any risk, right? The risk is you're setting a precedent that the Democrats are going to, in order to keep the government open, they're going to accept a bill that they didn't even have any say in and didn't negotiate, which has not been the precedent of previous negotiations. So one is you're losing leverage. You're losing a leverage point where you can extract potential political gains or to establish dominance. Number two is you risk angering your base, which they have, right? You're pointing to the Democrats being unhappy with the leadership. One of the reasons they're unhappy is with this kind of shit. And so you risk making the Democrats really, really, really angry and losing the luster of your party even more, which is exactly what happened. As soon as that shit happened, everyone, like you pointed to the Democrats being unpopular. That's largely a result of the Democrats being dissatisfied with themselves. And so it establishes a horrible precedent. It gives wins to the administration in terms of it helped with some immigration funding. It defunded some things that we cared about. It was a harmful package that hurt our interests. And so there's a lot of risks there, I guess. But
yeah, okay. So two things. The first one, there's a risk in setting a precedent for like letting the Republicans do things like this. I think, unfortunately, the U.S. is kind of politically, the government-wise, kind of outside the world of precedent right now, outside of like those norms that you're talking about. I think like so that's my issue with that. I don't think that's that relevant because like the Republicans, they don't care at all. Two is like, let's say the government does shut down. Schumer said that like that's not that bad for the Republicans. Like, what actually happens if the government
bad?
shuts
Yeah,
down?
it's bad for the Republicans. They'll blame it
What
on Trump.
happens if
They'll blame it on
like,
Trump. So there was a potential for us to damage Trump even more, make him look even more incompetent when he has unified control of Congress, to make him look horrible. And there was
but you don't know if you're going to be able to control that messaging. That's what I mean.
I think that we the polling showed that we were in favor. We had the right ethical argument. If we can't win that messaging war when we've won it before, it's a messaging war that we won before. If we can't win that war, then these people don't deserve to be in charge.
No. It is not. Last time, when the government shut down completely, part of the what was happening was that Trump was constantly going on TV and saying, "These are the things I want." Like, he was messaging about the things he wanted in the bill that the Democrats would not give him.
Yeah, he was just elected, and they have unified control of Congress. And you're telling me, even though the polling suggested people were blaming Trump and Republicans more for a potential shutdown, like universally, that's what the polling was showing. If you actually check the polling, that you have it in your head that they'll blame the Democratic Party when they're not even in control of any of House of Congress.
Wait, we're talking about the 2025 CR?
The 2025 CR, yes. The polling showed that people were blaming Republicans more than Democrats, and Trump specifically.
Blaming him for it not passing yet, or like what?
So, Quinnipiac. This is from March 13, 2025.
Yeah.
It showed that. Let's see. Quinnipiac. A Quinnipiac poll indicated the majority of voters would either blame Trump or congressional Republicans for a shutdown.
Wait, I'm trying to find it, but I can't. I just fuck. I don't have the polling on the 2024 But I'm asking ChatGPT.
Congress must pass a new spending bill in order to prevent a government shutdown. If a government shutdown does occur, 32% of voters said they would blame Democrats, 31% said they would blame Republicans in Congress, 22% they would blame President Trump. So that's 53 for Trump and
but
Republicans, only 32 for Democrats who don't control government. And that 32 is like probably all like Republicans.
Hey, but it's like the same. Wait, is the same? It's 31 versus 32?
So 31 plus 22 is 53.
Wait. Blaming Republicans and blaming Trump is not the same thing.
Holy shit. Are you really going to parse the difference between those two?
Electorally, yeah, of course. What?
Why did you
like
just
Trump,
say that? Why did you say like that like Destiny?
Because I watched Destiny.
Electorally, I mean, what? Why did you say that? Like,
yes, electorally, I would. Yes, I would.
That was so surreal to me that you fucking copied that. Okay, anyway, no, like you're telling me that in the view of these polling numbers, where only 32% are going to blame Democrats and 53 will either blame congressional Republicans or Trump. You're saying you don't like those odds? That's pussy shit.
That's yes.
That's pussy shit.
I mean, maybe, but like. What were the Democrats wait? Like, let's say the government does shut down, okay? Let's say it's like.
Wait, no. Let's just stick here. You think that that's bad polling for Democrats?
I mean, that's specific polling isn't. At
Do you
the
think
time
that's good or
Democrats,
bad for Democrats? You think that's a good positive?
I mean, it's what? It's positive.
Do you think that if you saw those numbers, you're like, huh?
Yeah.
Would those be numbers that would say that you're like, as a Democrat, you're happy with those numbers or you don't like those numbers? All else equal.
I would be unhappy with those numbers.
Why?
Because, well, one, the Republicans are talking about like what's in the bill, and it doesn't seem like Americans care enough to like want the Republicans to take it out, right? They don't like 30%.
There's a lot of different factors. So I think that indicates that that either one of the Republican entities is going to be blamed, either the Republicans in Congress or Trump in the White House, that they're going to blame some Republicans over Democrats. That's what the polling indicates. Also, intuitively, like just in terms of your raw political instinct, new administration, Republican Senate, Republican House, new Republican president, you think new year, they've just promised a golden age. A government shutdown comes, and you think that they're going to blame the Democrats who are out of power? What does your intuition tell you?
Well, it seems like I don't know. I can't know. I think I've been too surprised by too many.
Then why do you have a strong position on this, right? I happen to think it was a politically dumb decision to lose your leverage here in the situation, to set a bad precedent.
What was their leverage? Like keeping the government shut down?
Shut down, yeah.
What happens if the government does shut down?
I don't know. Do you need me to explain that to you or no?
No, I mean let's say, because it's not like at the date where everything in where the government technically shuts down, every single computer just turns off and the electricity turns off, right?
Correct.
Like what? Let's say
some people are furloughed, some services are stopped, some employees don't have to go to work.
But let's say like what if Trump wanted to? What could he keep doing if the government were to shut down?
What he always does, the same thing he's doing now.
Yeah,
I have no reason to believe that Trump would be better or worse behaved under a government shutdown versus not a government shutdown. I have no reason to think that.
Okay, but what do we know?
There would be mounting pressure against the administration from government employees. There'd be like news coverage would be shit. It would be constantly negative. I have no reason to think that Trump is going to be able to institute some greater amount of authoritarianism than he has in the absence of a shutdown.
Well, so I think. Let's say, do you think he would be able to keep like ICE going? I mean, this was before the budget increase,
sure.
So let's say he keeps ICE up.
Yeah.
But like, I think the federal courts are funded with federal money, right? With the budget.
Ultimately, yeah.
Yeah. So he could shut. I mean, the courts would shut down,
I'm not so
right?
sure he could do that. I think people made that argument. I'm not so sure that he could do that. But he was already not listening to the courts anyway, and so I'm not super convinced that there's a big disparity in the amount of and if that is a solution, right, to accept anything, right, to never negotiate whatsoever, right? You would agree with that, right? So if there's another bill, if the bill said cut 80% of all social spending programs, you'd be like, accept it because they might shut down the courts, right? You agree? That's a reason to accept any deal, no matter how horrible. Is that right? Can you answer that first?
No.
Okay, so you to be clear, if the bill did something
I
like,
give an explanation.
yeah, but like I want to give one example, a concrete example, and then I'll let you explain. If the bill, the CR, cut like 80% of Social Security expenditures, you would say Democrats vote against the CR, correct? I know that these kind of entitlement programs aren't necessarily in it. Just an example, something.
No,
assuming,
yeah,
assuming, right? So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't. I would have to look
Democrats,
at more polling.
So if there was a draconian, like a big back,
crazy,
like what they passed
there's a point at which
they just passed, like they just passed the big beautiful bill, and it cut Medicaid by like $100 million, right? Or sorry, 100. Sorry,
it was
almost $1 trillion, like $800 billion, something like that, right?
Yeah.
If that were in the CR, you would be like, you'd have to be stupid to pass that, right?
As a Republican?
As a Democrat. As a Democrat. But what if someone said to you, "Oh, but they might shut down the courts"?
You'd
be like, "Fuck that."
Maybe.
Like,
I think.
That's what I mean. Like this logic leads you to accept like any deal, no matter how draconian, no matter how horrible it is.
Unfortunately, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the position the Democrats are almost at this point. Like, when on the other side.
Only when we let them do it. That's playing with fear. That's living in fear. That's operating from a position of weakness, and it's showing your belly. I don't think this is a smart way to operate. You need to trust. You need to trust yourself, that your narrative, your ability to craft a narrative. Ultimately, your power. Like they could get rid of the filibuster if they wanted to do some shit like that. If they really wanted to, they could get rid of the filibuster and force the CR through anyway, right? They would have the power to end the filibuster with respect to government shutdown stuff and just get it through. So ultimately, the power's in their hands anyway. So yeah, I just don't really see why we should play with this kind of fucking fear when they are in control of government. They are in control of government. The polling was on our side. We had leverage. There was a shitty deal in front of us. And instead of standing up and saying, fuck this government, fuck Trump, rallying the troops, they lied down like dogs. And guess what? The voters saw it. The Democratic Party saw it. They saw it was weakness, and they hated it. They hated it,
but
and now they want them out.
But like, they hate the Democrats for more than the CR, right? We agree with that?
No, but it's yes, but it's indicative of the kind of weak mentality playing with fear. That's why people can't stand. And
yeah, I agree. I agree with that, but I don't. But like, we agree that we shouldn't be fighting on literally everything all the time, no matter what, right? There's a middle ground where sometimes you fight and sometimes you don't fight.
Okay. Yeah, I think this was a time to fight.
And I just based on polling in the past, I'm trying to find the.
Yeah, Republicans get blamed. Republicans get blamed for shutdown because they bear responsibility for the shutdowns, and that's why. And the people blame them for it.
I think historically, the Republicans under Trump have gotten a lot of the blame for shutdowns. It's because Trump has actively been outspoken about
this. Wait, no, hang on. In this situation as well, the polling was indicating he was going to get blamed for it as well, and you don't have an example to the contrary. What's your example of Democrats being blamed for a shutdown? There was a shutdown under Obama, but even in that situation, I don't think Obama was blamed for it because guess what? The Republicans were being unreasonable, and the Democrats were effective marketers.
Yeah, but like it doesn't matter who is unreasonable. What matters is who is perceived to be unreasonable, right?
Yes, and the people were perceiving the Republicans were to blame. Find me an instance in the recent history where a Democrat has been blamed for a shutdown, and it's been some sort of in some significant way.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I'm having a ChatGPT up because I'm trying to find the polling. I don't think. Well, I can't. Maybe there was.
Right, so it's kind of just your vibes. And listen, we have different vibes. I have a vibe that this would have been the stronger, better move. I think that there's polling that supports that the people would have blamed Republicans more. I don't really see a reason to be like more afraid of Trump under shutdown conditions versus not shutdown conditions. If anything, I think this would have stymied his legislative agenda more. It would have cost more political leverage. It would have made the negative decrease, in, especially if you were trying tariffs at the same time. Like, imagine trying to do tariffs when you have like a 2-week, 3-week government shutdown. Anything to put some fucking gum in the works. That's what this would have provided, and we would have had a position of strength and reasonability. They just got into office.
But like, the one thing I thought about this earlier, but I couldn't bring it up because you were talking. But the thing about the courts is it does give us a level of transparency into what is happening, because like the courts can force Trump. They can force him to say something, right? Now it turns out some of the
it's
time
your
they do lie.
assumption that he would close the courts. That's your assumption.
Wait, if the government shuts down, like, who decides where the money goes if the government shuts down?
Yeah, I mean, that's another question, a legal question. Then who the fuck knows? You don't know. But
No,
if Trump's like,
but that would be.
What do you think would happen if
something...
Trump was like, I'm shutting down the courts?
Well, I mean, you probably wouldn't say that he's shutting down the courts. The budget didn't pass, and so
it would cause him a shit ton of problems. I don't see like.
Yeah, but there must be an explanation of what happens.
Well,
right?
then why didn't he just force a shutdown then? If it's better for Trump to do a shutdown, why didn't he force the shutdown? He could have.
I don't think it is. I think a shutdown fight is something you don't want to have.
I'm sorry, I asked the question. If it was better for Trump to have a shutdown, why didn't he force a shutdown?
Because it's not guaranteed to be better. It might be better. It might be worse. You don't know. Like that's.
So then your position should be that I'm not sure if you were right or wrong, but your position seemed to be that I was wrong and that I was approaching this from like a non-analytical perspective. But if you're saying you don't know what the thing is, then why do you have a strong position that I was wrong?
I'm saying okay. The reason I'm saying you're wrong is because we know it is risky to shut down the government. I think as far as the Democrats go, the CR is like in the mind of the American people. Maybe your perception is different. I think the CR is like the least important thing. I don't think that many people think about that. I don't think many people even remember that, because the American people
care
just
about the
never seems to
shutdown.
remember.
They care about the shutdown, and who are they going to blame for the shutdown? Trump and the Republicans. And if your answer is I don't know that they will, then why do you have a strong position?
Well, because the risk is bigger on the Democrat side than the
How do you
Republican
know that?
side.
How do you know that?
Because there is no. I'm gonna say I don't think there is a risk really for the Democrats to just let the CR pass.
There is, of course, there is. You're losing political leverage. You're giving time that we don't have to the Republicans.
Yeah, but I think that leverage is something you don't want to like. You don't. Your leverage is threatening an event which you yourself do not want to have. Like, you don't want to have a shutdown as a Democrat, because that is risky.
Why? What if it's beneficial to you? I think it's beneficial.
Yeah, it might be, but you don't know. But like,
I think it's bad for the Democrats to roll over and accept a Republican CR, which defunds things that matter. The CR was shit. We shouldn't have passed it.
Yes, I agree.
It set a bad precedent, and now Republicans know that all they have to do is put some shit in front of Democrats, and because they're so existentially fearful for what Trump will do, they're going to pass anything you want. And you kind of gave the game away because you were like, yeah, even if the Republicans made draconian cuts to like Medicaid on the size of one big beautiful bill, I would pass it because I'm so scared of what Trump is going to do in the existence of a shutdown. If there's a shutdown, all the news is going to be about the shutdown. There's going to be insane amounts of pressure on Republicans.
It's not about being scared about what happens during the government shutdown. It's about that. I don't think the government shutdown. I think. Well, first of all, I think we should be scared about what happens during the government shutdown. Okay, I think that should be scary. Like, first of all, but it's not just about being scared. It's about the fact that during a government shutdown, the Democrats might get blamed for it. And at the point in time, there was nothing that the Democrats were getting blamed for. There was like early 2025, and even now, like, the Democrats are unpopular, but there isn't this like we hate the Democrats.
It's about hurting Trump. It's about slowing Trump down and having Trump, having people not show up to work, and be pressuring the administration and.
Yeah, but we've seen when a lot of those people lose work, Like some of them are mad, and some of them are like they just love it. Actually, like government, like the MAGA government workers who are actually, yeah, it's good that I got fired. Actually, we need to do that.
Okay. I mean, I think,
okay.
I think that's a preposterous thing. I think that's stupid, and I think that the fact that you would be willing to accept these kind of like crazy, even hypothetical cuts to major Democratic institutions.
I don't like
what the fuck. So you would accept any shitty deal because you're too much of a coward to stand on business and you don't trust your messaging. I mean, that's real. You just get so like, why are we even arguing in the real world when you would accept something crazy? You would accept anything that they, like any kind of dream CR that the Republicans would do. You're just so scared you would accept it because you don't know what evil Donnie's going to do. That's fighting from a position of weakness. And the Democratic base hated it, and because it's weakness, and everyone smells the fear, and we want new leaders.
Yeah, I agree with that people hate the Democrats and that
you think McConnell will do this shit? You think the Republicans would? No, because they have a spine.
He did it.
He
did it during Biden. Like he literally was like, we cannot fight the
McConnell knows because McConnell knows that.
Then why did you ask me if he would do it? And I give you example of him doing it, and now you're like, of course he did it.
No. McConnell. So in the situation that we had with McConnell, there had been a negotiated settlement between the Republicans and the administration that they had publicly announced, and then Trump tried to undercut it after they had announced the deal. And in that context, obviously, McConnell would say we would get blamed for it. Very different from if the Democrats had never approached the Republicans to negotiate. You think McConnell would support it then?
Say that again?
If the Democrats never approached the Republicans to negotiate, do you think McConnell would vote for it?
I think he would take it as close to the brink as possible and see where the polling is.
The answer is fuck no, he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't. The reason why Biden had the upper hand in the CR optically, and the Democrats did, is because they had negotiated for weeks and weeks and weeks on a CR, and only after the Trump administration.
No, I don't.
What do you mean no? Wait. You just said no. So explain to me exactly. Sorry. You just said no. What about what I just said you think is untrue?
I think that the reason why the Democrats had the upper hand on the CR in late 2024 is because Trump was so publicly signaling that he did not want, that he wanted a government shutdown because he did not want the things that were in the CR.
After the Republicans and Democrats came to a deal. They had a deal.
Yeah, but like, I mean, there can't be, kind of. You can't get to. You're not going to get to the last day. Or if Trump was, let's say they didn't have a deal and Trump was really loud signaling, I don't want the Republicans to agree to a deal until they put this in the thing. I think Trump would get blamed the same way.
I think perceptions of reasonability matter, and Trump was being very unreasonable, and the Democrats
loudly.
Loudly, but also, in addition to Trump being loudly unreasonable, the Democrats seemed reasonable because they extended a hand to actually negotiate, and then they seem reasonable. The Democrats should have the same position in 2025. Nothing's changed. If you want our votes, you have to come a deal.
I think you're bringing on nuances of process that Americans don't know about. Like, they do see Trump on TV ranting and raving about shutting down the government because he doesn't want something in the CR.
So if they're not keeping an eye on that, why do you think that they would care? Why would they blame Democrats then? What's the basis to believe they would blame Democrats if you don't have
when the government shuts down?
Yeah, when the Republicans are in power of every single branch of government.
Because they might or they might not. It depends on.
You said they're not process oriented, so. If they're not process-oriented, what's the basis to believe that they would blame Democrats when Republicans control every branch of government and there's a government shutdown on their watch? Go.
Because the Republican media is better at messaging?
So it is about, like... So if the Republicans better at messaging, why didn't they do it in 2024?
Trump tried. The problem is Trump has an inverse...
But Trump's in power now!
Understanding. What?
So Trump has an inverse understanding now and then. What the fuck? I mean, you said their messaging is better. If it's better, is it only better in 2025?
Well, I'm saying that it might have been better in 2025. Like it might land on the Republicans or it might land on the Democrats in 2025.
No, I
And
asked you a
it's despite-
specific question. I said, what's the basis to believe that if the people aren't process oriented, that they would blame the Democrats for the shutdown when the Republicans are in power? And you said the reason is because the Republicans have a better messaging. And I'm like, well,
Yeah,
they
that's a
had that me- they
hypothetical
had the same
scenario.
message-
Yeah, where
well,
I'm not saying they definitely will. I've always been saying that there's a chance, like there's a risk, there's a big risk for the Democrats to get blamed for the government shutdown at a point where the Democrats are finally out of like being actively attacked for like actions they're committing, right? Like they're being attacked for being spineless. And whether that's true or not,
and then
is
they were
irrelevant.
spineless. They were spineless, and everyone recognized them as such. And they're laughing at the Democrats, and they're laughing at Schumer. And it was a stupid move then, and it's a stupid move now.
Wait, so you're still in? Are you of the opinion right now that it's a good thing that Schumer didn't vote for the CR?
He did vote for the CR, or
Oh,
the
that he did.
cloture.
That he should have. Yeah, I'm sorry. That he should have not voted for the CR.
He should not have voted in favor of cloture. It was a mistake. He made a huge mistake.
Okay. To go back to my original point,
Mm-hmm.
because I really delved into this thing.
Yeah, we did.
I think there is an issue of being very quick to talk about political issues, and not, at least not on stream. Maybe you do on your off time, but you're not doing a lot of research into
Does it seem like I didn't have any research on that? What I just talked about. I had more research than you,
no,
right?
You had the Quinnipiac polling.
Would you agree I had more research than you? I knew the
I
state
didn't-
of play in
yeah, I mean, I
2024. Did it seem like I didn't know what was going on when you asked me that question? I had a general understanding of the situation. Did it seem like I was ill researched in this specific conversation, or is this a bad example?
I need to look at the Quinnipiac polling.
No, I'm sorry. I just asked you a question. Does it seem like I'm ill researched on this specific topic?
Yeah, I think this is. I think.
What
I
about
think
what
this
I
is
just said
pretty vibes.
demonstrates my lack of research? That would have been helped by more research.
Because it is. I think it is largely like a vibes thing. That's like
That means it's
I
not.
can find-
That means it's not. I mean, like I gave you polling, and
okay. Here I have an example.
What
of
more?
one
What
thing.
more research could I have done to make this less vibes?
You can know what happens when the government shuts down.
What do you mean? I can know what happens when the government shuts down? Do you think I don't have an understanding of what happens when the government shuts down? There's furloughs. There are essential employees. I said, do you want me to explain it to you? And you said, no, I don't need it explained to me. What makes you think I don't? Wait,
okay.
what makes you think I don't understand what a government shutdown is? You asked me, will they close the courts? It's uncertain. There was a lot of uncertainty and ambiguity about, well, can the president just designate anyone he wants as essential? Can he close the courts? Those aren't resolved issues. They're not been legally resolved. And if you think they have been, you're wrong. So in what sense? Why do you think I don't know what happens when the government shut down? You just said that, right?
There's legal precedent about what happens when the government shuts down?
No, I'm saying there's not on-point precedent about the massive scope of the president's authority, especially with this Supreme Court, to designate essential employees, what it will mean in terms of implications on the court, that there's a lot that all the fuckery that people were proposing might happen with Trump hasn't been legally tested. So you're the one making the claim now that I'm not like sufficiently know like what's going to happen with the government shutdown. Like, what's the basis for that belief?
Because it doesn't seem like, other than like, it doesn't seem like right? Like,
What do you mean? It doesn't seem like I know. What makes you think I don't know
what
what a
part
government
of that
shutdown
is?
is?
What part of that is confusing?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. What makes it so that I don't know what a government shutdown is?
Well, you said they can keep the essential employees and they can decide that themselves.
No, I was very clear. I said the scope of the president's authority to designate essential employees and the kind of fuckery that was being proposed as a reason not to let the government shut down, that the scope of that hasn't been tested, certainly not before the Supreme Court. And so there's a lot of ambiguities about what would be allowed. Anybody who's looking at the situation would acknowledge that. That's part of the reason that the quote unquote risks that people are pointing to is like, well, are they allowed to do this? Are they not allowed to do this? So, to the extent to which you want, like, there's no firm answers. Like, can Trump in a government shutdown close all the courts indefinitely. Like we've never faced that issue in federal judicial history. Like when have we faced that issue before? I'm not aware of it.
I'm not saying that you've necessarily faced the issue, but is there no?
You said I didn't know what a government shutdown was. Are you going to take that back or not?
Okay. I'm not saying you didn't know what I'm saying.
You did say that.
Know.
So now you're saying you didn't say that, or did you say that?
I'm sorry. Well, I meant. I feel like you knew what I meant.
No,
I meant that you don't know what he can and can't do, and I understand that there's not solid precedent. We don't know exactly the precedent of what can and can't be kept open, but I assume that there is somewhere in, like, legally. I assume the military doesn't shut down, right? The U.S. still needs to defend itself. There are some things that keep open. And you mentioned essential employees earlier, right? Is there somewhere that one could know how essential employees are classified, like who is or isn't?
I mean, yeah. So there's some designations. I don't know the particular section of whatever the House rules are or whatever the statutes are for that designates it as such. So I can't cite to you as I sit here the specific provision of law that defines what essential workers are or not. But do you really think that is what's preventing me from having a reasoned opinion that I generally don't know what a fucking government shutdown is because I can't cite you as I sit here the statutory definition or whatever the rules-based definition.
Not that you can't say it when you're right here, but to make a judgment about if the government shutdown is how good or bad a government shutdown is, I think there are a few things that are important to know, and one of them is like we both.
Yeah, I could define emergency some way. I could define invasion a certain way, and it could be so clear that Venezuela is not invading America. It doesn't stop Trump from declaring an invasion. So what the statutory text is almost fucking meaningless at this point. It's how the courts are going to interpret it, which we don't fucking know. And Trump, it could say it's a political question that the courts can't resolve. And so regardless of what it says in the law, the court can say we can't resolve it, or oops, we're closed, or the president is like, you cannot be questioned on this certain thing. And so the kind of lack of manageable standards here, or the precedent, is both the function of the fact that the executive branch has been given a wide degree of latitude and deference in terms of interpreting these laws as an initial matter, but also in terms of like where the court is right now, and it's seemingly like a very expansive view of the unitary executive.
Doesn't that exacerbate the risk of a government shutdown?
Like I don't see it as meaningfully more risky than the current status quo. The current status quo is fucking horrible. They're firing all kinds of people. They're ignoring the courts when it suits them. They're like blatantly committing contempt of court. They're not listening to the Supreme Court for months on end with several of their cases, including the Kilmar case. Yeah. So like, I don't know what fucking planet you're living on. The current reality, I don't know. I don't have a reason to believe it's meaningfully different in the context of a shutdown, where there would be more pressure on the administration every day to resolve it.
Because we do get, like, there is no reason to think that it would be very important or that they would have to keep the courts open. Or I mean, maybe there is. I don't know. Is there a reason to think that during a government shutdown, the government, one of the things they have to keep open are the federal courts?
That's a reason for us to accept any deal, no matter how shitty, right? Like, if you really think like it's an existential risk to shut down the government, then I guess you would accept any shitty deal, no matter how shitty, even if it was like cutting all the programs you want, or I don't know, like you can't possibly think that
an existential
that fear,
like it's not infinite. The risk isn't infinite, but like, because if it was, I would agree with you. Like if it are actually in an infinite risk, I would agree with you. But it's a comparison between the two.
Okay, but like you're basically saying in the situation in which Trump declares a government shutdown, that there's like the
government just shuts down. He doesn't need to declare it, right?
Where there is a government shutdown and Trump declares that the courts are like no longer essential, like, I don't know what you're saying.
Well,
saying
I think
I could have researched more to find an answer to that question, and the answer is I couldn't have researched more to find the answer to that question, right? We don't know the answer. Agreed?
Well,
agreed on that? I couldn't research more to find out the answer to the extent of which Trump's power to in the context of a government shutdown, designate courts as non-essential? And that would be a true constitutional crisis, because would the courts even be open to hear whether the courts are essential? Like,
No, but this is part of the reason why I think it would be so risky to shut down the government, because he probably can't keep
I asked a
something
specific thing. I don't know if you're following. Could further research on this issue give me an answer as to whether or not the Trump could do this, by which I mean legally?
Maybe.
Was it a lack of research here that I didn't duly consider that risk? You seem to be suggesting that
we don't know before we've done the research.
You're suggesting that you're suggesting that I'm cavalier about my political opinions in a way that I'm not about my legal opinions. Ironically, right? You're citing legal research, right? This is not political research. It's like legal research about whether or not courts, in some situation that has never happened.
Well, it's
what the
research
precedent
about a
would be.
political question.
It's never happened. It's never happened before. So you're asking me, you're saying I'm not doing research, but point to something. And the first thing you said was, well, you don't know what a government shutdown is. And now we're at okay, I'm not saying you don't know what a government shutdown is. You can't provide a specific legal answer to, in the context of a government shutdown, whether courts can be shut down.
Let's say there was something written about in U.S. law about where we could find this answer. Okay, where we would find the answer. Like, let's say the government does shut down. There is no budget. What still gets money? Because I assume that there's probably something, right? Or
some parts of the federal government get money. So sorry. I am not moving off of the topic. You said I could use some additional research in places like this that I didn't know what a government shutdown was, and I'm wanting to know
what it entails.
What specific amount of research, or what kind of research do you think that I was lacking when I was coming to my determination here? Can you just talk to me? I don't know where you're typing.
I want to find out where it is.
What is?
Let's say you do the research. Okay, I want to take you on just like a little thought process, right? Right now, we're in I cannot done any of the research because I don't know what could happen. Or let's not go that far. Let's say you did the research, okay, and you found out where it says what happens, right? Let's say you found out, you knew now where it explains what happens during a government shutdown.
No, I generally,
then you would know.
No. I generally know what we're talking about, that there are some activities of the government that stay open. The courts typically stay open. And what people were fear-mongering about was that Trump could redesignate certain things like the courts as non-essential and close the courts, which isn't a situation that we've confronted before and for which there is no legal precedent because it hasn't happened before. You get me? So you're telling me because I can't cite to you the exact provision of law that establishes the distinction between essential and non-essential, that somehow means that I'm too uneducated to talk about this topic. I'm probably more educated on this specific topic than 99.9% of the United States population. And you're saying that it's like a lack of research that causes me to be irresponsible or something. I don't know. It seems like I understand the issue that people are pointing to. I understand what Schumer was talking about. I read this fucking loser, whatever his name is, this Twitter guy. I read his whole thing on stream. I read his arguments out loud. I mean, there's videos of me going through and researching this issue and dealing with it and confronting it. So I just don't understand what is your basic belief, not for the merits of the actual thing, that I am not researched enough or that I am somehow not doing my due diligence here.
About this specific thing or in general? Because
about this specific thing, is this a good example of me not being well read enough on a political issue?
Well, that was my impression. I didn't know you read the thing on stream. I must have missed that. So if that's the case,
there's one of those guy, I forget his name. He fuck, you guys will know his name. We read his Substack on stream. He was praising Chuck Schumer for what Chuck Schumer was doing. I forget his fucking name. Someone will have it. It's not Will Stansel. It's this other guy. But
if that's the case,
and we've had multiple. We had multiple. Excuse me. Sorry. Live and learn episodes specifically
I
dedicate on
can't.
this.
I,
Like we
I don't-
talked
I
about
don't,
this at length, and we
I don't watch Live and
Okay,
Learn.
we looked about these
But,
arguments, and so I kind of take it to I don't know. I take it negatively because you're kind of implying that I'm coming to this opinion like kind of cavalierly, and to the extent that there was any empirical or research on that, I was familiar with the polling here, which generally I think points in the Democrats' direction.
Then this was the example I thought about because I was thinking about. I tuned into your stream one day, and you said like legal something, and there was a legal document up at the start, and you spent the entire stream talking about political things.
Oh yeah, sometimes I accidentally keep things on screen when I'm not talking.
Yeah. I'm just saying, and I was thinking about this. Like
this.
you're talking about politics issues, and it's just Twitter threads, and there's like.
I mean, there are times I'm reviewing the Twitter thread, and
Yeah.
So for example, Adam Friended, we were going through his tweets because I was talking about Adam Friended. There was another time I was going through this guy. I forget his fucking name. This searching for Brian guy, searching for political identity.
Yeah.
Because I was reviewing his tweets, and sometimes tweets, unfortunately, are news now.
Yeah,
And
I
relevant.
agree with this. During that time when that happened, I was starting to think about some of the political commentary, and one of the things that appeared in my mind, because at the time when this year happened, and maybe I've been primed too much by past almost government shutdowns, and so I had the polling like in my
Where
in my
the
mind.
Democrats
when,
spanked the Republicans in polling, where the Democrats
you're connecting
got
it
everything they
specifically
wanted.
to Democrats and Republicans.
Okay.
That's like my point is not a specific Democrat Republican thing. The American people doesn't like the people they see as the cause for the government shutdown.
I probably agree with
And
that, and I think the Republicans will be blamed. I think we're looping.
And I know you're confident that the Republicans would be blamed. I'm significantly less confident. We don't need to loop on that.
Okay, do you think the best evidence points in favor of my conclusion or your conclusion? The best available. And I'm not saying that it's sufficiently evidence to be confident, but does the best evidence that
I'm
we
saying
have
it leans
point
a
in
bit.
my...
Yeah,
Okay,
it leans
cool.
a bit. Yeah.
Right.
But I also think the consequences are worse for the Democrats than are for the Republicans. But
How?
But we don't
because of this thing about the courts? This quote by Schumer?
Not specifically about the courts, but I don't know how, like, in terms of how the government functions, and it is a Republican government, but I don't know if they really care that the government is shutting down.
Who's they?
In a sense,
The people?
No, the Republicans. Like in a sense that like Democrats care about the government shutting down because they want to do the things that the government does, but it's not just polling. But I'm starting to feel like Republicans, the only reason they would ever want to keep the government open is because closing it would look bad polling wise.
Shutting down the government would like delay people's benefits. It would cause people to
but
not
outside
have
of
money. It would be a headache. It would be a humongous headache for the government. That's why people like Fetterman and all are like, we can't ever let a shutdown because there would be massive consequences to a shutdown.
Yes, but do you think the outside of becoming less popular, do you think they care about the things in themselves?
Maybe it's all reducible to their own interest in getting reelected, but that's fine. It doesn't need to reduce to anything more than that. No, I don't think it's because of their inherent love for the country, but it's working in the way that all of these political things work is through that incentive structure. Political capital and elections, yeah.
Yeah, but then in some ways, or that like
but
part of that,
it has other material effects as well. It does slow down the administration. The administration is forced to have to put out fires, have to spend political capital and messaging power on this.
It slows them down. Yeah, maybe it slows them down in some ways,
100%
and it might not slow them down it might literally remove obstacles, depending on how.
I don't know how. People need to explain how. It's this fear mongering about the courts.
But we don't know what happens with the courts.
Okay, you don't have a specific answer, but I have no reason to believe that Trump would be successful in shutting down the courts. I don't have a reason to believe that.
Okay, maybe let's say the government shuts down. Does Trump have to say these are essential and non-essential, or these are the essential, or does he have to say these are non-essential?
Sorry, I don't understand why you're asking me this question.
Because in one situation, it's the president actively saying the courts are closing, and in the other one, he's saying there's a government shutdown happening, and these are the essential agencies that we need to keep open.
There are currently designated essential workers, essential services, and those that are not. And so how those are arrayed by what provision of law, I don't have knowledge of that at the moment as I sit here. I could try to get that knowledge for you, but does it matter? Why does that matter? How does that affect the analysis? Why does there are currently designated essential employees and not designated employees, and things that who would be subject to furloughs and those who wouldn't?
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay. Let's not loop. I have to go to bed soon.
I'm sorry. Okay. Maybe I might come back later on.
Sure.
Oh fuck, maybe. Whatever. Okay. My second issue is that it feels a bit like when you look at criticism of the Democratic Party or something like that, I think you need to keep more in mind kind of where the criticism is coming from, because I assume you would agree that if Nick Fuentes said that like Biden is a corrupt and bad president, we don't take that seriously. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Right. Because
I don't really care. I mean, I care what Nick Fuentes says insofar as like I'm keeping tabs on what people say. I care.
Yeah, but
what
if you
Tucker
criticize
says
Biden,
in that
it's probably because like of Jews or something. Like it's like a JQ thing.
I don't internalize it. I don't really. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. And so I think when criticism of the Democratic Party comes from the left, I think you should do the same thing, where keeping in mind why we should listen to the criticism and why they're even making the criticism in the first place. So like the Bulwark was one example, but like when they said that Biden isn't good or whatever, in some way, or the Democrats are bad in some way, like that criticism might make sense, and like, okay, yeah, maybe we agree on this, and then they say like, well, Biden, he didn't even try to do this thing when like explicitly did. I think that
Vanguard. You mean the Vanguard, not the
Vanguard.
Bulwark.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Bulwark. It's fucking the same thing. Whatever.
They're very different. The Bulwark are like
I know. It's a joke.
neocons.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, keeping in mind kind of where the criticism is coming from, because we don't care about some of that, but I don't think so. There's no need to indulge in it at all. Like, I don't know.
I'm not following. So, like, you're saying you should take less seriously.
When the Vanguard says,
yeah,
that the Biden is bad in some way, or criticizes Biden in some way, it's coming from a place where, like, the opinion should become irrelevant.
Why?
Because
I think the opinions are like. So, for example, I think Glenn Greenwald is a bad guy. I don't like him at all. I find some of the things he says valuable.
Yeah. But but he's like not a libertarian. Is he libertarian? He's like very liberal, right?
He's libertarian on some stuff, but I mean
he's like a liberal in like the like ideological sense of liberal.
In some ways, he's on some issues, but he's also like, I would say, not liberal in other ways. For example, his equivocation, his false equivalence between like Russia and America, all this stuff. So I don't really think that.
Okay, but like rights, like at least in America, rights.
In American context, he's very skeptical in a way that sometimes I find valuable of executive overreach.
Sure, but then that's a valuable, or maybe not. It says valuable perspective is maybe wrong, but it's a perspective that you also have that you can agree with.
Yeah,
and so
sometimes I agree with Glenn Greenwald. I do.
Yeah, but like, the source of his criticism is
I don't
fine.
think sometimes I think it's really bad faith. I think sometimes Greenwald's is like known for being
bad faith sometimes. But when he criticizes the government for like free speech stuff, like they're infringing on free speech.
I don't know that it's always in good faith. I think that, like, for example, he takes a kind of America bad approach on a lot of shit. And so I don't really know. I just find that sometimes he has useful insights and even sometimes useful reporting. I don't know if it's coming from a good place or a bad place. Like, I usually assume bad things of Glenn Greenwald. I'm being honest with you, just because I have this negative.
Yeah, because he's not a good guy.
But it's just an example. And just to be clear, sometimes Tucker will say something that I'm like, I think is useful. Sometimes fuck.
Wait, like what?
Even Trump will say something that I find like insightful. I can't point to one right now to sit here, but there have been times that I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, or
I
something.
mean, like
that.
yeah, like 30 years ago, I think he said something insightful something.
Okay.
But like, I'm saying, I think Green Greenwald said something about free speech, a First Amendment or something, and I think it was like that's fine. But like, I also like the source, his like where it's coming from, and I agree with that. And so when he criticizes something like the First Amendment, and we agree on like the fundamental values, the criticism can be valuable, to like in ways that I would want to integrate and I maybe agree with. But when like somebody like the Vanguard criticizes Biden, it's not coming from a place where I assume you would.
I mean,
like,
it
you would
can
agree
or
with.
it
Maybe you
couldn't.
agree
Like,
with.
I thought the Vanguard's critique as to like what Biden did on student loans was wrong. I thought the Vanguard's critique to its extremity on Manchin was wrong. I thought the Vanguard was wrong about downplaying what Biden did domestically. But in terms of being more vigorous and being a more powerful messenger and actually looking like you gave a shit, I think the Vanguard was correct.
If okay, let's say we find out. I don't know if this is true, but let's say the Vanguard thought he was like feckless and retarded because he wasn't a socialist. We would still then we would not agree with
but
that,
they didn't
right?
say that, right? Like, yeah.
No, I agree. But like, let's say then like the criticism kind of becomes void because like, yeah, you're telling me that like this is the case, and I kind of agree with this, but I don't agree with it in the way you're saying it or like the way you mean it.
I'm just saying, like, I have to deal with what they actually said. And so I don't understand your greater point here. Yeah, it could be possible that he's coming from a bad faith place, but I take the arguments on their face. I try not to do this kind of mind reading thing all the time. Maybe you think I should be like inquiring into people's motives all the time, but I find it more useful often to just take the arguments as given and as they come. And I don't really see the utility in getting lost in the weeds on like intentionality all the time. Maybe in some cases.
No, I don't think you need to ask questions about why they're asking these questions or making these critiques. But like once they made that statement about the student loans, you're like at the point where
they pushed back,
they were like,
yeah.
well, he should like broken the law, right? Like he should do it anyway. That's basically what they said, right? I think.
I don't know. I don't know what you're. They were like basically like. He didn't do anything on it. So their whole thing was
because even though he tried to do these things, like look at all the things Trump has. I feel like I remember like look at all the things Trump has done anyway.
So,
even though
they said something that maybe they're okay with law breaking sometimes, and I generally
yeah.
not. Okay.
And so my point is that like
I don't know if they said that. I want to be clear. I don't know if they said that, but
yeah. But okay, let's say hypothetically they did say that.
Okay.
That now the criticism of he's not doing enough is like irrelevant. Because
I would just be like, yeah, we shouldn't get the president to do illegal shit, and I'd probably push him. But like, I didn't hear them say that.
No. Sure. I'm saying the criticism no longer becomes relevant because the things the point from which they're criticizing Biden or something else is like not something you or I or people would agree with.
I don't know if that makes it irrelevant. It's a different kind of.
I mean, in the
value.
same way that Nick Fuentes criticizing Biden for like being like a feckless coward is irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't care about upholding the law, then that's just a different value. I can try to push you and be like, you should care about following the law. But sorry, what's your point here?
My point is that I don't think you should take criticism or like
What do you mean
acknowledge
take
criticism from people who
Like I
make
should just
criticism
ignore
from
it?
a
I should
point-
just not like
No.
respond to it? Like,
acknowledge that it's valid if it's coming from a place where
what do you mean by
it's so-
valid here? Like, I don't acknowledge that I agree with it. I don't agree with arguments I don't agree with. So I don't know what the prescription is. I shouldn't acknowledge. Like, I shouldn't listen. I should close my ears. Like, I don't know what people
in the
want me
same
to
way
do.
that if Nick Fuentes says that Biden is a feckless coward,
I would be like, yeah, what do you mean by that? And I would talk to him and push back on him in a way that I did. I did push back on the Vanguard. I don't understand. Like, what is the
Didn't you say-
prescription? What do you want me to do that in doing that conversation?
I think you should. I think
no one can point to it. A concrete thing that applies applies differently to me than to Hutch and to Josiah, right? So like, because Hutch was not criticized for that conversation in a way that makes sense of all these different examples that people don't have a problem with. But no one can point to a prescription. What should we have done? Oh, be meaner. Oh, be meaner. Oh, raise your voice a little bit more. Really? We're gonna talk about that when like there's plenty.
No,
of...
I don't care about that. No,
okay.
no. You don't need to become the piss master just because like they're
Yeah. So
socialists.
what's the prescription? What did I do? What did I do wrong in that conversation? Can you point to anything?
I think you should have scolded them for like their
For what?
retardation about Biden.
Did I not
Like,
push
actually
back? Do you want me to be meaner? That's what you're saying? I did push back, and I said you shouldn't downplay Biden's actual accomplishments. I said they were wrong about student loans. I said you're wrong about Manchin.
If you should be meaner, yes, you should be. You should ridicule them. Yes, for
Just
for
like
things
Destiny
that.
ridicules Myron Gaines, right? And Matt Bruning.
I don't know.
I mean, this is not a
Does he?
real critique. No, you guys have never said, okay, you need to be meaner, and as opposed to just push back. You can have cordial pushbacks. Everyone acknowledges that.
Yeah, but they're not. But like the cordiality. How do you say that? Whatever. That only goes one way, I think.
Vanguard was cordial with me.
Yeah.
Hutch and them were going at it, and they were taking little little snipes at each other, but it's not beyond the pale of the average panel you get on any one of these shows.
No, I think there was some when people make like when Rob Noor criticizes Biden for being corrupt. I think this is another one of these like he's doing it from a point where it's like what I don't think we should agree at all actually.
So I don't know. Like any kind of argument, no matter how dumb, if foundationally we have different values, I'll probably address the values and be like, wait, you don't value upholding the law? Maybe there'll be some sort of bedrock there. So I'm not saying that you're wrong. That like sometimes there's a foundational difference that makes it an incompatible worldview or something. I don't know, but I don't know why that relates to the prescription on that specific conversation.
The prescription was acknowledging acknowledging criticism depending on where it's coming from, not specifically.
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know. How do I actualize that? How do I acknowledge criticism of where it comes from? Like, what do you mean by that? I don't know how to use that.
Like, let's say I know you think that Biden is corrupt for at least the Hunter Biden pardon.
What do you mean the Hunter Biden pardon? I think the Hunter Biden pardon was corrupt.
Yeah, and that's I mean sure, okay, but then when Rob Noor comes in and says that Hunter Biden is corrupt because of the pardon, I don't think you should actually grant that to Rob Noor.
I shouldn't grant something I believe to Rob Noor in a conversation.
Correct. Yes.
Why, if I believe it?
Well, one, because his idea of like what is corrupt is not the same as yours. Two, he thinks literally everything Biden did is corrupt. His conception of like not just what a president can do that is corrupt.
Never concede anything to Rob under any circumstance. That just seems like a dumb strategy.
No, you can
to look horrible in any debate context.
You can concede things, but if like
imagine me saying that. Imagine me being like, no, Hunter, the pardon wasn't corrupt, and he's like, wait, here's a clip and tweet of you saying it's corrupt. How the fuck would that even work?
You just say.
I didn't say that.
Rob,
what?
No. And in a hypothetical, you would say, Rob, you use corrupt in a way I don't agree with. I don't agree with the way you use corrupt.
I'll just clarify some. I'll be like, according to what I think is corrupt, I think it's corrupt. Maybe not to what Rob thinks is corrupt, but that's not really why they're being mad at the Vanguard conversation. This is this is nothing.
Wait,
this is a semantic.
Who's being mad at the Vanguard conversation?
So I'm saying is like, what you're saying now has nothing to do with the Vanguard conversation.
It does. Insofar as the Vanguard levied criticism that is unreasonable, not just because of what it's saying, but because of the place it's coming from. A place like we would not acknowledge this criticism. We should not acknowledge this criticism because the place it's coming from is a place where like we disagree. Like if the Vanguard are they socialists? If like let's say they are socialists, or if somebody hypothetically is a
I don't
socialist,
fucking
and they
know.
start
I haven't had
criticizing-
these communism conversations. I assume they're socialist, but I haven't had these kind of like we weren't
Yeah, yeah.
talking about socialism. What do you want me to do? Wait, this is you want me to stop me? Like this is coming from a bad place, guys, because you guys are socialists. Like, what do you want me to do in that conversation? Like, just know that they're coming from a bad place. I don't understand what you want me to do.
I'm saying when they say I'm saying you don't acknowledge that Biden is a coward because what would or like feckless or retarded or whatever, because when they say that they don't mean the same thing that you do.
I think that in many respects we were speaking the same language. Like when we were saying he should have looked like he was giving a shit more. I think that it was understood we meant optically there. I don't. Can you identify a
No,
point in time?
wait. That's not true because they have the perception that Biden did not give a shit about the student loans, which he did clearly.
Well, no, but that doesn't turn on their meaning of whether he cared or not. That turns on what our perceptions are of what Biden did. So we had a different understanding of the facts there, not about what we meant by Biden caring about it. Unless you think that caring means doing
would you say
anything
that the Vanguard did not? The Vanguard do think that Biden did not care about student loans, right? Because he.
Okay,
because
if their notion,
according to them, he did not try to.
If their notion of care about student loans means care, so I think that they were talking about Biden's specific promise for 10,000. But if they mean care because they didn't go radical enough to cancel all student loan, then yeah, there's just a semantic difference there. And I would say, yeah, Biden didn't care about forgiving all student loan because he didn't promise to forgive all student loan.
It's not just semantic.
Okay, what's your point here, dude? Like, yeah, so we corrected him on the student loan thing. What do you want me to ask him? Like, what did I fail to do?
After they said that about Biden, I don't think you should give them any. I think they're kind of like cooked at that point. Any criticism they make or anything they say. I think
what should I do? You're saying they're cooked. I don't know what that means. What do you want me to do?
Not acknowledge their criticism.
Like when you say not acknowledge, you mean like not participate in the conversation anymore?
Specifically in that conversation, I'm not. No, I think you should still participate, but I don't think.
So what do you mean by not acknowledge their criticism?
I think reject that any of their criticism from that point onward towards Biden is reasonable unless they explain
Wait, because you have
to
one
a point.
unreasonable criticism that I can't consider.
No, not
whether there are
because they
other
have
criticisms?
one unreasonable criticism, but
Or
because
three,
it
or
reveals
four.
it reveals where the criticism is coming from, and the place where it's coming from is unreasonable.
Yeah. I think they were being unreasonable there, and that's why we spoke up. But that means like there are tons of things that people I talk to all the time, counterpoints, Hutch himself, Josiah, that I think are unreasonable. We disagree on Merrick Garland. People think that my take on Merrick Garland is unreasonable. Does that mean you should just not consider anything I say on any topic or not acknowledge what I say? I don't even know.
Connor and Josiah and Hutch, the place where the criticism is coming from is not unreasonable.
Okay. When you say coming from, meaning that they're coming from a
sort-
place of evil?
Not necessarily evil, but a place where like you're not a socialist. So when the Vanguard criticizes Biden, they might say the same things that you do, but their criticism is different because their goal is not what they mean by the words different, and what they want is not what you want. They criticize Biden because they want Biden to be a socialist.
Usually, I find like to the extent that there's some like hang up on what they mean by a term. I'm trying and definitely my best to suss that out in every like. That's why I asked, like, what do you mean by in this context to not acknowledge, right? Like this is something I'm apt to do. Is if I identify or if I have the inkling that there's some like misunderstanding happening in terms of how people are using terms and what they mean by those terms, I think that especially lately I'm trying to do my best to like when I detect it to bring it to ground. I just don't like this is something I'm apt to do anyway. Certainly more than like most online people is to get into the weeds. Like, well, what do you mean when you say it's not your preference or it's when it's this or that? Like, I'm pretty sure that that's something I am apt to do. In fact, I've been heavily criticized for doing
I'm
that.
not. Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know what you mean
Okay,
by with socialist. When you say socialist, what do you mean? I'm trying to understand what you mean by socialist. So when you say the word socialist, I was doing that the entire discussion. Like, if what you mean by socialist are Marx, like this is me engaging in my good faith to try to clear up any kind of differences in understanding what terms mean.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that like. Yeah. Wait, what's this? I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. What's this response to?
This is responsive to the notion that, like, well, the Vanguard just has a different notion of what you mean by Biden cares about something, or they just have a different notion of their base principle because they're socialist. To the extent that there's a miscommunication in terms of how words are used.
I don't think there's a maybe there's a miscommunication. What I'm saying is that when they say that they care or don't care about one thing, they care about it from a perspective that is different from yours. And so
I assume so. They're different people. They have different perspectives on stuff. Well, in what way does that shape my? I talk to people with different, different values and different goals. Yeah, I talk to practically everyone I talk to has some difference in some scale. Now, significantly, do they probably have like what I would say probably like different than me and Josiah in terms of their goals? Probably there's some significant difference between my goal and Josiah's goal and their goal, perhaps. But I don't understand why that means I shouldn't talk to them, or how I should talk to them, or how I should change how I talk to them. I don't know. Like, what is the prescription here? What do you want me to do? I'm not understanding what you're asking me to do.
I said earlier, I don't think, like I said, don't acknowledge the Vanguard's criticism of Biden.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by don't acknowledge. I don't understand the words you're using when you say don't acknowledge. What are you asking me to do? Not listen to it? Don't pretend I didn't hear?
No, when
respond?
They like after post the student loan thing, if they say
I'm asking you something. What do you mean by don't acknowledge?
I'm trying to can I explain it?
Go for it.
Post that, once they say something that Biden is like a coward on this thing, I think at that point, if they say that, you should be way more aggressive in.
That's what don't acknowledge means? Is be more aggressive? What you mean by don't acknowledge is be more aggressive?
Yeah, because you're like I think after that point you can't acknowledge that their criticism is valid in the same way that it was before. Yeah.
So no, I'm asking what you mean by the term don't acknowledge, and you're saying what you mean by the term don't acknowledge is be more aggressive.
No. Okay. I'm trying to formulate exactly what I mean by the term don't acknowledge. You can just
reset. We can just tell me the prescription again, and you can use whatever words you want.
Okay. At the start of the conversation, you talk to them as if like they're in good faith or whatever. Okay. After post the student loan thing, you don't acknowledge that their criticism are coming from the same place of. I don't think you should give them the same good faith.
I'm sorry, I'm in a loop on this. I don't know what you mean by don't acknowledge.
Yeah, when I say you don't acknowledge that they're coming from. Okay, I'm gonna retract the word don't acknowledge, and I'm gonna replace it with I don't think you should give them the same good faith. Okay. I don't think.
So you want me to be bad faith with their arguments?
No. Before we were giving them good faith because we didn't know their positions exactly. Now we do know their positions exactly. We don't need to give them that level of good faith because now we know that they're fucking socialists. Okay. Before we didn't know how socialist they were. Now we do know that they're
I can't be good faith with socialists. Why shouldn't I be good faith with socialists? Just because we disagree doesn't mean. Just because they're saying something I take to be irrational doesn't mean. Like, why should that mean that I'm bad faith to them or I'm less good faith than I otherwise would be?
Because I think post be good faith. I'm gonna say in quote, be good faith in quotes. After they said they're socialists, it's actually going beyond what they're saying. And it's inscribing, or it's giving them views that I don't think they actually hold. Like because past the point of where they've shown themselves to be unreasonable, because the point of the criticism is
I don't think unreasonability is bad faith. There are people who are good faith and unreasonable. Like, I think bad faith is doing something malicious with ill intent to make the conversation impossible or being deceitful. That's what I understand bad faith to be. I talk to a lot of good faith people who are unreasonable.
Okay. I'm gonna. Did I say good faith? If I said it.
Okay, so
I,
restart the prescription. So what do you want? So you clear. I can't be thinking that you're saying I should be bad faith with these people.
No,
like, that's going to look bad for me.
I'm saying,
okay.
Before we know them, we give them a level of good faith. Do we agree with this? Like, let's say they were full on.
Yeah, I try to be good faith with people. I try to give them charity. Where I try to. You know, I'm not perfect.
After we get to know them more, we don't need to give the same statements the same level of charity, because now we know what they mean when they say the statements.
So
right?
Yeah, so why should they lose my, charity? And in what way do you think that I granted them too much charity?
Because being charitable is interpreting a statement in like the way that you think it makes the most sense, or like if you want to you were trying to steel man them in quote unquote.
I tried to do that. I tried to understand them what their.
But once we know their position, we don't need to be like, we don't need to imagine what they're saying anymore. We don't need to be charitable in that way. We should still like be charitable in the ways that we interpret them, but now we know exactly what they mean when they say those
so
words.
They say something stupid, and now you're like, don't be charitable anymore.
No, not stupid. I don't think stupid.
Okay.
I'm saying that they've set that the point of criticism is now a kind of crazy.
I know it's crazy. I called it out. I don't know. Like, we're a little bit like, I pushed back on it. I don't know how that's not enough. It's not enough to push back on it?
Because after that point, all their criticism kind of becomes like, oh shit, you're like, this is a socialist. This is socialist talking. This is just socialists criticizing Biden for not being socialist. Like, they think he should be socialist.
Nothing about that criticism of Biden commits you to being a socialist. I mean, there's nothing inherent to that.
No, but the point of the criticism.
The point of the criticism, I presume,
the source
is to point out Biden's weaknesses based on their knowledge level of his action on student loans, and I think that they thought that he did much less than he did.
Not just his. It's not just that he didn't do what he wanted to do. That would be weakness. He didn't do what they wanted him to do.
Okay, and so by the way, Biden didn't do what I wanted. I wanted him to rip up all those student loan documents. So we both have our issues.
Wouldn't that be illegal though?
No, I don't think it's illegal. Otherwise, I wouldn't advocate for it.
Isn't there? Are there laws that protect the records?
Show me. I have no reason to think it's illegal for the executive to rip up loan documents. But maybe there's some reason to think it's illegal.
But okay. We can talk about. Okay, I'm gonna come back later on with better examples.
So like, I just want the condensed, like, one sentence. This is what you should have done. And if you can't think of something, that's okay. I can't either.
I think every criticism they make after that should acknowledge where the criticism is coming from, rather than taking them.
You're a socialist. Do you want me to say that? This is so stupid. You're a socialist. We don't have to listen to anything you say. You really want me to say something like that, or even 10% that?
No, I don't think no. I think when they, but you don't need to call them out for being socialists constantly.
What do you want me to say?
When they make a criticism of Biden, I think you should question it, as if they are because you know that they are socialists now. You know that the criticism is coming from a socialist viewpoint. It's not coming from a liberal's viewpoint. Like, when they say certain things afterwards, you can't just acknowledge it as being in the same way that we don't acknowledge Nick Fuentes criticizing Biden. We can't acknowledge I don't think you should acknowledge socialists.
If Fuentes was talking about Biden on our stream and we had taken the decision to invite him on, I would be addressing his arguments as though they were real arguments and taking them at face value.
Yes, face value coming from Nick Fuentes, not face value coming from.
Maybe I would include a snide comment every now and then, being like, "You don't actually believe this," like I do for Tim Pool. Maybe I would add that snide comment. But again, like, we weren't talking about socialism. I don't know how you glean the Vanguard as being more socialist based on their statements on the student loan thing. Maybe it's because it's associated.
No,
with some
I mean
socialist
like
or something. I don't know.
I'm saying like the student loan thing. Okay, that's after they say the student loan thing. I think like their idea of what him being a coward is not the same as you. Like I know you think that he is like a feckless coward, or like let's say they think he's a feckless coward.
Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Not on everything, just on. No, I don't
No,
even think
but
he's a
no, but
coward.
they do think in general, right? Like
Oh, they
think
do.
he is-
Yeah, they think that he's
Yeah,
feckless. Yeah.
Yeah, but so when they say that like he's a coward, let's say whatever, and then like I don't think, or
You thi-
in some way
We
criticizes
should
him
push
for
back,
being
right?
in some
And
way.
like we did.
Um, I mostly heard Hutch push back. I think
So we push
push
back,
back
as
on, like,
well. But we agree, the thing is, we agree with the Vanguard on some stuff, and you're not gonna like don't agree with them when you actually agree with them, which I think you were suggesting with Rob or something like that.
Would you say you agree with if Nick Fuentes said that Joe Biden?
So when Nick Fuentes says, for example, that Israel is committing atrocities and a genocide on Palestinians in Gaza, I agree with that.
Yeah, but if Nick Fuentes says that Biden is a coward, would you be like, yeah, I agree with that?
On some, it depends
or,
on what
or
he
if he
means.
says Joe Biden is a coward on some things, would you be like, yeah, I agree
Yes,
with that?
I agree with
with
that
statement.
Yes, I do.
Okay, I there's something in philosophy called formal. Like I don't think you should acknowledge like the purely formal idea or the statements that people make, because they're not because for them the statements are not purely formal. Like when Nick Fuentes says it in the same way that when the Vanguard says it, they're not saying that he's.
I assume that we have, if we have a different notion of what good or bad is, or what coward or not coward, like I take a coward to, if what you mean by coward is blah, 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 but like usually people have some shared notion there. And if it's clear that we're not speaking, if we're speaking past each other and we don't understand each other, I would clear that up. But, as I understand coward, and, we would agree on like a similar notion as well. Like, I'm sure I agree with something with horrible people. I'm sure you agree with certain things that horrible people say.
Yeah, on the individual points.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe.
Cool. So what?
Okay,
So
yeah,
finalize the. I have to move on, but like finalize the prescription.
I tried to, but you fight me
In
on
one
every
sentence.
point.
In one sentence. In one or two sentences.
Don't at face value acknowledge criticism if you know whether that the source it's coming from is something you vehemently disagree with.
And by acknowledge criticism, we're saying
That you are acknowledging that the criticism is in any way valid or reasonable.
even if I agree
But, like,
with it.
That's why I said even if you agree with it at face value.
Okay. So don't
you know the yeah.
don't agree with people even if you agree with them if they're bad people, if like they're socialists or Nazis.
No, I mean, like if a Nazi said that communists are bad, I agree with that.
Because you're
But, like,
part of this Red Scare panic. This is me coming at your fucking
Yeah,
intent.
because I'm fucking European, bro.
But bro, just chill on that. All right.
What?
America,
Chill on what?
America doesn't need to worry about. Maybe you think I'm crazy. America doesn't need to worry about Marxist-Leninists. All right, you're being gaslit.
No, but I do think
These
that
people have no power. They're fucking marginalized. They're nothing.
They do have social. They do have like media power. They do have social power.
In my opinion, it's trivial. And to the extent that they are open about their views, they're gonna get raffle stomped in any electoral process. Half of them don't even believe in engaging in that
I don't
process.
think you're gonna. I'm not worried about like a communist being a president. I'm not saying that.
Okay, so what are we worried about? All the members of Democratic Party, like the worst members of Congress or the Democratic Party, are like these corrupt pseudo-centrists, like Cuomo, like Adams, like these fucking losers. So I'm just not worried about this fucking Red Scare Panic 2.0. I don't think it's real. This is this is all online shit.
No. I don't think. I think that's kind of. I don't think that many people. I like if they're Republican, sure, but like I think there are progressives and they're not scared of communists becoming president. They're not scared of a communist becoming president.
What are we scared about?
They're scared that if you give communists too much validity right now, that threatens you electorally later on, because they won't support you electorally later on if you don't have a socialist candidate.
Wait. If we don't have a socialist candidate, the communists will undermine us by not voting?
And not just
so
not
doesn't
voting,
that
but
problem resolve
but
itself?
encouraging
Doesn't that
encouraging
resolve
other
itself
people.
then?
No, because they encourage other people not to vote.
Other non-communists not to vote.
Yeah.
And the evidence of this is Dearborn or something?
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know. I can get you specific polling. I don't like, but why do you want them around anyway?
I don't want Marxist
I don't
Leninists
care about
around.
I don't care that much about the
Why do you
socialist
think I
stuff.
want? Wait,
Like,
can you ask? Why do you think I want Marxist Leninists around?
I don't think you. I don't care that much about the. I
Why'd you
brought
say
up the
it, then?
Vanguard stuff because it was
Why-
a conversation. I don't care that much specifically about like they're social. Like I brought up that they're socialists because they are socialists. I don't care that much about that stuff in general. Like
Okay, I want people like AOC around. I don't want Marxist Leninists around.
yeah. Okay.
All right, sick. We agree. Hey,
Okay.
thank you so much for your
Good.
contributions.
I'm gonna come back with a CR polling. Don't
Please
worry
do.
about it.
And yeah, just make sure you type out your prescription in general. It's like something like,
I'm gonna
don't-
I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
formulate it. I'm gonna formulate it in advance.
Okay, thank you. Bye. All right, let's last guy. Very last guy. I'm sailing away. Hello, me hatch. Did you fix your shit?
Am I in?
Yeah.
in?
What up? What up? What up?
Let's
How we doing?
go. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you. What's good?
Pisco,
Last
good to hear
caller.
your voice.
Yeah,
How
good
you
to hear
doing?
you. Good to hear you. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm well. I gotta say, real quick, not what I'm calling about, but your appearance at Tim Pool showed multiple levels of people skills and adaptation.
Oh, I appreciate
A lot of different kinds of people coming at you, and I really liked your adaptability. I thought it was great.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
So I just felt like someone was out there. It wasn't like there was like one grand transcendent moment, but it was just like you're out there fighting and you knew what to do with each situation. I liked it. So
I
I
appreciate,
appreciate what you're doing. And all right, I wanted to share like one thing that happened recently and one question for you.
it. Yeah.
First one is I had my first Rob Noor experience last week.
Oh, sick.
I did 60 minutes with him, talk about January 6th.
Oh, nice.
And I felt like one thing went really well that I wanted to share.
Yeah, tell me about it.
So I limited my question to 3 very small points. I occupied about 15 to 19% of the I'm ballparking of the conversation. I just would let him rant and not bite on any of the hooks he put out, right?
Mhm.
Because he's not putting the hooks out to grab me. He's putting the hooks out to just say what he's thinking. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to let him talk. So I'd listen, I'd hear him, and then I would briefly go back to one of my 3 points about January 6th, which were like,
Okay.
Trump lost, Trump knew he lost, Trump still did January 6th, right?
Yeah.
I was able to put my document in front of his audience. I was like, here's my 5-point PowerPoint slide. Here's the one slide that matters. Here's the 16 points from the J6 investigation. And then I shared the link and I was out. So I didn't occupy a lot of time. I didn't bite on a lot of the points that I thought were erroneous or his mischaracterizations of me or his mischaracterizations of my motives because I was speaking sincerely. And at the end, I was just like, I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong. I just want you to believe I'm sincere. That's all I want you to take away. Just to
Okay.
know that my opinion is genuinely sincere. And I think it went well. And his audience like gave me some positive feedback after. And so it was a good experience. And
Do you want me to take a look at it? Is that what you're asking? I can do that.
It wasn't even, I didn't have the link ready, but I could share it after if you want.
Yeah, I can't do it
Or
tonight,
actually, if you
but
want
at
to
some
look,
point
hold
I can't do it tonight, but I'm happy to look at it.
Yeah, for later,
For later,
Yeah. But like many years ago, I had a small podcast. This is like 10 years ago where I was a moderator for the Change My Views subreddit. And I would interview all the top Delta earners who would change
Mhm.
minds, right?
Deltas.
And the one thing the Deltas were used on that subreddit. When you changed your view, you'd have to put up a Delta.
Yep.
And
We're
so-
aware of these Redditors and their ways.
Yeah. So as a moderator, I wasn't very good as a moderator, but my role was kind of as a producer of the podcast for that subreddit. And what I learned was the most important thing, I think, is to be able to really hear what the person's saying and just very briefly say it back and get out and then just stop talking. and it just really diffuses the situation. And I think that's just an important skill. So that's what something I wanted to share, and I thought it went well. So
Oh no, I appreciate that. I think that oftentimes I don't do that enough. Where I'm like, what I'm hearing you say is this. Is that right? And I think
here
people
we go.
inherently feel anxiety when I do that. Are you like, I'll say something like, "Are you saying that?" And they're like, "Ooh, I don't want to grant that." So I mean, there's a way in which I'm saying it, in which it's putting people off. But where like they think that I'm going somewhere, that I have this grand plan and design. Sometimes when like, I don't know, I'm just like a dog chasing cars. But I hear you. I think there's a way I could say it which might come across more friendly.
Well, the way you're putting in your reps these years, all I want to do is just add to your bucket of input, not a major like criticism, just like here's something that's worked for me, something to put in your deck, whatever, you know.
No, I appreciate that. I'm going to use it more. I think that it can diffuse things in the right
Yeah,
context.
and none of this is a critique. Like I've disagreed with you two on some stuff recently, like, but like on a deeper level, I appreciate that you're out there creating this content, doing the fights, and there's a conversation that the left needs to have right now, and Democrats need to have right now, that you're making help happen.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, no, I hope I can improve that. There's things everyone can improve. I think that different contexts, people find me like more amiable and more receptive to me in different contexts. Like, so sometimes people really like when I'm more like, even Rob says he likes me when I'm more chill and we're just like shooting the shit a little bit, and I'm just kind of giving my own constructive view as opposed to do the kind of like what I do on Timpool, like yes or no. Do you agree with the fucking? So I think that there's a different balance that I can strike. So I really do appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, I think it's like most things. It's like not every piece of wisdom is for every situation, but like they're good to have when they're needed.
Nah, man, I do appreciate that. And how did that change my view? Subreddit, I haven't checked in a while. Are you still?
I ended up going back to school. This was like I stopped doing it in 2018 because I went back to finish my undergrad at Berkeley, and so I just was too busy to keep finishing it. I was like 30
So
years
you're
old
a communist,
on campus.
so I don't have to acknowledge any of your criticism.
Actually, in a previous life, I was part of the Berkeley College Republicans in like
Nice.
2001.
Wow.
But I've evolved since my John McCain. I still like John McCain, but since my original
He's
cringe
dead now.
Republican passed. But God, there was so much that happened. I kept taking all these notes while we were sitting here. But there was one thing. I'm gonna just pick one thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So one thing I wanted to ask is like about definitions. Okay.
Mhm.
So can I do is a screen share an option?
Not currently. No, I'm not set up for it.
Okay, can I drop an image in the chat?
Sure.
Okay, let me just grab it real quick. Sorry. While I'm grabbing it, the purpose of this image I created right after this is an old debate, but Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson had a legendary debate where I'm just going to share the Imgur link, even better. Okay. Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson had this conversation I was really excited to hear about 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. At the time, I kind of liked both of them. And then it turned into the worst conversation ever. So as a result of that, they started talking about basic claims, and immediately they talked for 3 hours about the definition of truth, right?
Yeah, I remember thinking that
did you remember this? Or
sucked.
So I made this thing at the time.
I haven't seen your image or link. Hang on 1 second. Oh, hang on, Twitch.
I just dropped it in Twitch.
Okay,
Is that the right place? Twitch?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm booming a little, just learning all those different platforms. And like I tried to organize like all of the definitions of, in this case, truth, right?
Okay.
And like I created like a what I called like I was working in a film studio place that used warehousing codes, like SKU codes. I'm calling these hexadecimal codes. And then you have a simple definition, and then you have like the long definitions. And basically, like, you take all the definitions that are out there in usage, right? And you just organize them, and you give each one a unique code. And then when you hit these hard parts of conversations, oh, cool, you're bringing it up on the screen. You can just like basically pull the word out of the conversation, like removing a diseased kidney or something. Like just take the word out and just put the code in place. Or maybe you pick like a 3 emoji thing that represents that version of the definition. And that way the word isn't getting in the way of the conversation.
The word true.
And I feel like in this case, the word truth is an example. But I was thinking about trying to do a version of this for the word socialism. Because there are many definitions, and I feel like there's been a lot of wasted ear time for me in people talking past each other with different definitions of socialism. And if we just had a clear marking system, we could just know which one you're talking about and then move on.
Yeah,
rather than wasting an hour on that piece that helps no one.
Well, I tend to agree, and with respect to the socialism stuff, that I don't think that there's disagreement, and I think that it's all semantic. That's not to say it's not important. I guess semantic argument.
Well,
but,
semantics are important.
Yeah,
This is why they're
I'm
important.
I'm not trying to say they're not important, but
Yeah.
but it is, I think, at bottom a semantic kind of, I don't know, back and forth that we're engaged in. I don't really think that there's a substantive prescription difference, or not a big one. If anything, it's like kind of at the margins, like be a little meaner here, a little nicer there. There's nothing huge separating the opinions, and I think that what's going on here is not at all motivated by that. And if you take out the lens of socialism and this kind of whole confusion, and you put on the lens of personal animus, of streamer drama, of anger, betrayal, thoughts of rage, all that, then now everything makes sense. Now all of the shit makes sense, where it doesn't make sense when you're doing this kind of like, well, what's the actual thing you're asking? Like, okay, you can work synergistically with socialists, but not these kinds of, like, it's such a, I think, shell game. And really what's going on here, I think, is nothing more than people hating other people and people being mad and people having negative attitudes. That's all.
Do you think there's a part of this that would be a wet blanket onto the art form of podcast content creation? Would it ruin a little of the fun if we laid out the definitions too clearly? As a creator who does this professionally, because I don't.
No. I think that clarifying meaning is super, super helpful. So I don't think that it's incompatible with good content. No.
I noticed when you talked to Rob around the time of him being mad at Trump, that was like a day before I talked to him, actually.
Epstein stuff?
Yeah, you guys started off interesting, and then you just started matching each other's energy until you achieved
because he
fission or fusion or whatever.
Yeah, so we were kind of like agreeing, going back and forth with Epstein, but he wanted to try to say that I'm being inconsistent on like insurrection or something to prove that I'm a bad faith hack. Of course, I'm not being inconsistent on insurrection, and and you'll notice when I was trying to clarify meaning there in terms of possibility, to refer to the logical modality as opposed to, you know, what's likely, or what it could be the case in the sense of something other than the logical modality.
Yeah.
That he was in bad faith, I would say, admittedly bad faith, trying to like get some kind of clip of me saying, "Is it some bad clip or something?" I don't know if you remember that, but yeah, he's a piece of shit.
I think I do. I think I was exiting in San Francisco towards USF actually at that time.
Yep.
But like I remember there was a moment you were talking about the word insurrection, and I think there's a reason why he's a little sore spot on that, because like a year ago when that Supreme Court case came out about the king shit,
The king
like him and
shit?
Destiny had about the executive immunity for official actions.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Him and Destiny had an extended debate, and he ended up backing Robin to a corner over using Claude. I don't know if you've seen that clip.
Yeah, I don't know if it's not,
But like,
he's pissed about that, but about how he's portrayed there. But I think that there's something broader, that he has a more
surely there's a deeper thing.
a deeper position on this that I think has shown up in multiple instances, but certainly that doesn't help things.
Well, it was interesting. I was able to put in front of him, like, here's the 16 times from the J6 report that they put as their best examples of when Trump knew something and how he lied the next day about like under the table stuff and all that. And I just put it right there in front of him, and he hand waved it in about 2 seconds, and I didn't say anything. I just let it sit. I moved on to point 3 and I was done. And I feel like sometimes leaving that on the field, it felt right, but then I also wondered like, would it be better to push him on it? But I was like, no, I think I'm just gonna let it sit. And he's like, all right, cool. We'll check out Hatch's link. Like, thanks for sharing that, Michael. And he moved on to the next call. Like, he was cool about it. And like it was like I could have gone another hour with him. It would have been okay. I don't know what that means, but I'm just trying to see little pinholes of light here sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna get to him, but yeah, send me that conversation. We'll take a look at it at some point. But definitely appreciate your feedback. I think that it's certainly helpful to think about ways that we can be more collaborative and see how conversations break down. But I happen to think that Rob Noor is incredibly bad faith, but based on my interactions. But no, I do appreciate your input.
No, for sure, and I appreciate you. You got to be up. This has got to be 3 a.m. for you.
Yeah,
or
it's
something.
fucking late as fuck. It's 4.
You're always putting those hours, Pisco. Sometimes I'm like, you got to get some sleep, man.
Yeah, I do. But much thanks to you, and we'll talk soon. Okay.
Absolutely, appreciate you.
Peace out. All right, guys, we're done here. We're totally done here, and thank you so much for everyone for joining me. We did some things. I don't know why I went this long, but sometimes I loop. I have this thing. I loop, and that one guy